Welcome to our guest for this special day for your family member that'll be sworn in for the Johnston County Board of Education. We'd like to thank y'all for being here and make yourselves at home. We thank Judge Tom Locke for being here to assist us today in this swearing-in ceremony. So at this time, Judge Locke, I present you Miss Lynn Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'll stand there, have your husband stand to your left to hold the Bible. Do you want members of your family to come around behind him?
If they can.
Very certainly may. Folks, come on around. And are you ready to take your oath? It's up to you. Do you want to wear it or not?
Yeah.
I'll stand.
Even me?
If you'll stand.
All right, repeat after me, please. I, Lynn Story Andrews,
I, Lynn Story Andrews,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
that I will be faithful
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance to
and bear true allegiance to
the state of North Carolina
the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
and to the constitutional powers and authority
which are or may be established
which are or may be established
for the government thereof,
with the government thereof,
and that I will endeavor
and that I will endeavor
to support, maintain, and defend
to support, maintain, and defend
the Constitution of said state,
the Constitution of said state,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I, Lynn Story Andrews,
I, Lynn Story Andrews,
do swear
do swear
that I will well and truly
that I will well and true
execute the duties of
the
office of member of the Johnston County Board of Education,
the office of the member of Johnston County Board of Education,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to law, so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll have a few remarks.
I'm just so honored to be here, and thank Tom for being here to do the oath, and thank my family, and I'm very honored.
We'll need to have you sign these before
Okay. Okay.
Congratulations, Lynn. Welcome to the Board of Education. At this time, I'll call Mr. K. Carroll.
Okay. Are you ready to take your oath, sir? You've done this before, I believe, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you need to place your left hand on the Bible.
Excuse me.
Are you able to raise your right hand?
I can get it here.
If at some point it becomes fatigued and you need to lower it, it's quite all right.
Okay.
All right.
All
Repeat after me, please. I, K. Carroll,
I, K. Carroll,
do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the United States.
that I will be faithful
I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance to
and bear true allegiance to
the state of North Carolina
the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
and to the constitutional power and authorities
which are or may be established
which are or may be established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
and that I will endeavor
that I will endeavor
to support, maintain, and defend
to support, maintain, and defend
the Constitution of said state,
the Constitution of said state,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I, K. Carroll,
I, K. Carroll,
do swear
do swear
that I will well and truly
that I will well and truly
execute the duties of the office
execute the duties of the office
of member of the Johnston County Board of Education,
of member of the Johnston County Board of Education,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to the best of my skill or ability,
according to law,
according to law,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Carroll. At this time, I will call on Mr. Mike Wooten.
Wooten, are you ready to take your oath?
I think I am.
Please repeat after me. I, Mike Wooten,
I, Mike Wooten,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the United States,
that I will be faithful
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance to
and bear true allegiance to
the state of North Carolina
the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
which are or may be established
which are or may be established
for the government thereof,
with the government thereof,
and that I will endeavor
and that I will endeavor
to support, maintain, and defend
to support, maintain, and defend
the Constitution of said state,
the Constitution of said state,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
I, Mike Wooten,
I, Mike Wooten,
do swear
do swear
that I will well and truly
that I will well and truly
execute the duties of
execute the duties of
the office of member of the Johnston County Board of Education,
the office of member of the Johnston County Board of Education,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. This is my wonderful mother, who instilled how important education was. She raised 3 kids in a household by herself, and during the day she would go to work, and at night she put herself through nursing school. And it really instilled in me the importance of how valuable education was. And Johnston County schools have made a major impact in my life on getting me in the right direction and educating me so I could go further in education and skills. But it was instilled in me by my mother, the way she was.
Congratulations, Mr. Wooten, and all 3 of you. And now you may join us in the horseshoe.
Chairman, I have him sign these oaths. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call this Johnston County Board of Education meeting to order. At this time, Michelle, please note that we have all 7 board members present. Also, our 2 new board members that were just sworn in at 3 o'clock. Welcome, as well as Mr. Wooten was sworn in, and then I understand Mr. Johnston was sworn in earlier. So at this time, we'll have the invocation by Mr. Johnston and the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Wooten.
If everybody would rise. Bow your heads. Lord, we come seeking your guidance amidst the most trying times. We seek your knowledge, approval, and most of all, we seek your mercy. We pray you give the teachers and staff the strength they need to continue educating our children. We pray for these children who are confused about everything they're seeing because of this pandemic. Lord, we know tensions are high, and there are a lot of hate being spread throughout the world. There are people who are angry and people who are scared, and we must always remember that fear will lead to anger, anger will lead to hate, and hate will lead to suffering. While there are a lot of disagreements and feelings, we still hold that you are the one in control, and we thank you for sending Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, and we pray if one doesn't know you through the Son, they will come to know you. We ask this and thank you for your many blessings. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Face the flag to you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session for the purpose stated on our agenda. Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Wooten. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We'll enter closed session. Good evening and welcome to your Johnston County Board of Education meeting. We have already had our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance, and we've also gone through closed session. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I echo what you said earlier to welcome Ms. Lynn Andrews and Mr. K. Carroll to our board. Great to see you all here tonight. Glad that you both are here. And at this time on the agenda, it is time for board reorganization for this upcoming year. And at this time, I will open the floor for nominations for chair of this Board of Education. Okay, we have a nomination for Mr. Wooten that Mr. Todd Sutton remain chair. It's been properly seconded by Ms. Sessoms for Mr. Sutton to remain chair. Are we ready to vote? Are there any further nominations for chair?
I move nominations be closed.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, seconded by Ms. Sessoms. All those in favor of Mr. Todd Sutton being chair of the Johnston County Public School Board of Education, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Motion passes with a 6-1 margin. Mr. Sutton?
Thank you, Dr. Bracy. I'll save comments for a little bit later, but at this time, I will entertain a motion or entertain a nomination for vice chair.
Chairman, I'd like to nominate Terry Sessoms with her years of experience in the school system as well as these past 2 years on the board. I'd like to nominate her for vice chair.
Okay, we have a nomination for Ms. Sessoms. I'll entertain a second. We have a nomination for Ms. Sessoms and a second. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Have a motion and a second for nominations to be closed. At this time, all in favor of Ms. Terry Sessoms being our vice chair for this coming year, signify by raising your hand. Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations, Ms. Sessoms. All right, at this time, following our agenda, I'll entertain a motion to approve our November 10th regular session minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Zukowski,
Second.
second by Vice Chair Sessoms. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Start with discussion and adjustment to an agenda with Mr. Johnston.
I would like some discussion, Mr. Chairman. I did not see it present on the facilities update about any type of commercial cleaning contracts or any type of bids that we may have received that was brought up last meeting.
Okay. Dr. Bracy. So we put in a 10C 5 would be commercial cleaning update. Is that right, Mr. Johnston?
Yes, sir. And also this, I don't see Dr. Coates in the agenda. Is it possible that we can get an update on what we called sustainability last meeting, where we had the workload of the teachers, custodians, and things? I know I'd brought that up, so I would like to discuss the sustainability of the current plan we're on now. I would like to see that added somewhere.
And may I, to go along with what Mr. Johnson is saying, I would just like to have some information about COVID, and in terms of where we move next.
Thank you. And that was my third and final one, Ms. Sessoms, would be discussion on the COVID dashboard and its current numbers. And that would be great. And that will be done after that. That would probably go under Dr. Pierce or Ms. Gill for the COVID numbers. Wonderful.
So we'll give COVID dashboard to Dr. Pierce, so to go under 10A number 7.
Thank you.
And sustainability can go along with that, so he can handle both of those. So 10A 7 will be COVID dashboard / sustainability update, if that's what Mr. Johnson is asking.
Is Rhino available for any, if he's not here? Okay.
All right, Mr. Carroll, any adjustments? Ms. Zukowski,
None, sir.
Vice Chair Sessoms.
Yes, I would like to have, and maybe this will happen during the Finance Committee report, but I'd like to have some indication about our substitute pay, classified employee pay, things like that, in terms of the COVID. Teachers received a bonus from the state last month, and we discussed in the last meeting that we would like for the Finance Committee to take a look at what we could do for our classified, and I'd like to add substitutes to that as well.
Okay. He's going to go ahead and update us on that in his amendment piece. Ms. Andrews, Mr. Wooten.
Administrative reports, which would be 10A7.
Actually, we'll move it to 8 since Mr. Johnson's COVID dashboard. So we'll add calendar amendment 10 under 10A8. I entertain a motion to accept these adjustments to the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Zukowski, second by Mr. Carroll. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. All right, at this time, we'll have updates from our board committees. We'll start with the Finance Committee. Mr. Wooten.
We do have some flexibility with CRF money, which is the CARES Act. Excuse me. I'm forgetting to match this button. We have received some flexibility of how we can use the CRF proceeds, which is the CARES Act reimbursement fund. the board members probably know that these funds have to be spent by 12/31/20. And there were some restrictions on how we could use it, and we've been given approval to be able to use those funds in different ways where we can save some proceeds in other areas and use that further down the line in the year. This money can be spent for maybe to help our employees, help with their morale, and possibly some type of stipend, which would be great for our employees with the dedication they're giving us in the trenches right now. I would like to see the opportunity to help our athletic departments if we can somewhere down the line, if these restrictions are free enough that we can these athletic programs in our schools without them having availability of fans coming to games and the expenses they have to run those operations. I know they're hurting as well. So I know all of us as a board will be able to make decisions on that, but Mr. Britt's going to give us more details of how these CRF proceeds need to be used. A good thing is we're right at $10 million in our fund balance in our finances right now, and hopefully that will continue to grow as we go through the school year. Mr. Britt is doing a good job in all our departments, consolidating roles and converting local salaries to state salaries, which helps us with our premiums for our workman's comp. So that's saving us a lot of money on the local level, and I appreciate all the things that he's doing to save our district money, where we can start purchasing curriculum for our students in the classroom and do some great things for student achievement. So I'm excited about him coming in today and giving us an update, but I'm also excited the new additions that we're going to make to the Finance Committee, which I guess you will discuss later in the meeting today, Mr. Chairman. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten. Thank you for that update, and it's always good to hear good news from finance, and looking forward to Mr. Britt coming in and educating us on the finances and how we're doing as a school system moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, could I
yes.
also mention that Mr. Johnston and I have reached out to the commissioners on working on a funding model, which we'll probably start early January in the first of the year to start having that conversation with our commissioners. But we're looking forward to those joint meetings with the commissioners as well.
Also, is he going to discuss the charter school reversion during this meeting? I know I brought it up last meeting, and I know that it was not in finality at that point, but I think we have a little bit more of a concrete grasp of what we will be losing based on enrollment in charter schools. Dr. Bracy, do you think he will cover that today?
You want him to give you that amount tonight?
I'm sure he's
Certainly.
prepared. He'd be prepared in his sleep to tell us about it, but yeah, that'd be great if he could tell us tonight.
No problem.
While we're on the Finance Committee, I would, these meetings are open to the public, even with 3 members on that Finance Committee. So I am wanting to move forward and increase that committee to 5, since it's already a public setting with 3. And what I would like, Mr. Wooten, is basically a standing set time and date each month that you guys meet, similar to the Policy Committee. And that way it's on the books as far as that goes and moving forward. But I would like our 2 new board members, Ms. Lynn Andrews and Mr. K. Carroll, to join the Finance Committee as part of the Finance Committee. And then Ms. Sessoms and I will be honorary members, so to speak, and come if we can, but you guys will be 5. I think it's prudent to increase it to 5, just to open it up to more transparency to make sure that we have more eyes and ears a part of that committee. So I would like to do that. But thank you guys for your hard work that you have done, and our fund balance is moving in the right direction. And I think Mr. Britt has educated us on a lot of things, from PRC codes and so forth, and how every one of the pots of money work. So appreciate him. Our legal committee consisted of Mr. Wooten, Mr. Johnston, and Ms. Sessoms. I would like to add Ms. Andrews to that committee. And basically, we extended our deadline to December 1st, and we received quite a bit of interest from an in-house side as well as a contracted side. Dr. Bracey and I went through those contracts yesterday, or resumes yesterday, or of interest on the in-house side. And what I would, Dr. Bracey wants to conduct these interviews sometime 1st of January. So what I would suggest is the legal committee of Mr. Wooten, Mr. Johnston, Ms. Sessoms, Ms. Andrews, sit in on these interviews to see if we have a candidate that is worth, in our interest as far as an in-house attorney goes. Dr. Bracey, you're going to reach out to them this week. Okay. So Dr. Bracey will be reaching out to you guys at a later date to give you those times and dates in January. We also had a district committee as far as information goes, as far as the Board of Education running in districts. And Dr. Smith was the chair of that committee. She's no longer here. So Mr. Carroll, I would like to add you to that committee to just do some research on that. That committee consists of Ms. Sessoms, Ms. Zukowski, Mr. Johnston, and then we'll add Mr. Carroll to that committee. And then the policy committee would be, obviously, Ms. Sessoms would be chair as the vice chair of the board, and then Ms. Zukowski, and then Ms. Andrews, I'd like to add you to the policy committee as well.
Would there be any qualms of adding me to the policy committee? Anybody have any quarrels with that? Is it a public meeting, or is it?
It's a public meeting.
I would enjoy being a part of the policy committee as well.
Okay. I don't have any, it's a public meeting. We can add you as a fourth.
Very good, thank you.
So Mr. Johnston will join you all on the policy committee. I think you guys meet this. So is it the third?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
We set it up, but we ended up changing several times, so.
Yeah, and
When we
yeah,
knew-
we may have to move that Wednesday if
Right.
we talk about that.
Right,
But I can meet them next week.
yeah.
Okay.
We'll determine our dates during our first meeting.
Okay, and then Mr. Wooten, if you guys would do the same thing so we can just get a media notice out to the public as far as those dates for the Finance Committee as well, that would be great. At this time, I just want to start with some comments, and then we'll move on with the board agenda. First, I want to thank my fellow board members for their continued confidence and support as me as chairman of the Johnston County Board of Education. It has been my honor to lead in this capacity, and I'm excited about the prospect of another productive year as we collectively serve the Johnston County school system. I also would like to congratulate Ms. Sessoms upon being elected Vice Chair of the Johnston County Board of Education, and I look forward to working with you in this new role. Congratulations to Ms. Andrews and Mr. Carroll for being elected to the Johnston County Board of Education, as well as Mr. Wooten for starting his 4th term on the Johnston County Board of Education, and Mr. Johnston starting his 2nd term on the Johnston County Board of Education. Although we have much to be proud of as a board, especially our accomplishments in the face of adversity over the past year, as chairman, I hoped we could do more. While obviously beyond our control, the COVID-19 pandemic took our attention away from the most important matters, but also we became distracted at times by our own issues. Instead of remaining focused on the needs of the school system, we unfortunately had to expend a significant amount of time and energy dealing with internal conflict. For our community, let it be known that we can always be honest and transparent, including the community along the way as we make decisions. However, it is paramount that we as board members remain professional with one another as we do this. While much attention has been placed upon the Johnston County Board of Education in these remarks, every board member should hear this as a challenge to do better, think better, and be better, and to hold ourselves to the same standards we expect of others. I ask that every board member treat one another with mutual respect and commit to the following code of ethics, which has been adopted by our board. To be successful, we must function as one team with one goal, and that is to focus on the needs and improvements of our schools, our staff, our teachers, and our students. That is what the citizens of Johnston County have elected us to do. We have time for nothing more, and they should expect nothing less. Now the table has been set. Let's get to work for the betterment of Johnston County Public Schools. Thank you. At this time, we'll call on Ms. Dolores Gill for our special recognitions.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chair, Ms. Terry Sessoms, members of the board, and we are delighted to have our new board members with us, and we are looking forward to having one of the most wonderful times of our meeting, and that is our recognition section. As you know, our recognitions have been very different this year, but this is one of those where we normally do it in our great big Triple S dinner. But we did not want to let this event go by without altering the event to be able to celebrate the tremendous contributions of our living legends. This evening, the first item I'll bring to you is Board Exhibit 7-1, which is our Living Legends recognition. The Johnston County Public School Board of Education would like to recognize 3 individuals this evening. And due to our COVID regulations, they will come in separately, and we'll be doing some socially distanced pictures and presentations. We will have Miss Sandra Edwards, Mr. Shelley Marsh, and Mrs. Valerie Carpenter. They will be our 3 living legends this year, and I know you're going to enjoy as we talk about them and give them an opportunity to speak to you this evening. So the first individual we're going to bring in is Miss Valerie Carpenter. I'm going to let you stand right there. All right. And we're going to say a bunch of wonderful things, and we could go on and on and on about you, but we're going to give you some highlights. Miss Carpenter stated, "I have been richly blessed for all the years I've lived, taught, grown, served, and been served by the people of Johnston County." She is a graduate of UNC Chapel Hill and a founding member of the Clayton High School Alumni Association. Ms. Carpenter taught at Clayton High, and as the chair of the Foreign Language Department, she sponsored several trips abroad. As a dynamic member of the United Methodist Church, she continues to serve in many roles, including several mission trips to Haiti. Ms. Carpenter was honored in 2003 as the Clayton Citizen of the Year. And ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more we could say, but we're going to let her say a few things. But before that, I'd love for us to be able to give a clap to her, and I think Dr. Bracey and then Mr. Sutton are coming up. Let's give her a round of applause. We'd like to hear from you. You can do a plaque first. Okay, go ahead. You can come on out.
Idea how to use this. Either way. So, either way is fine. Well, good evening. Early in my childhood, I had one big dream: to become a teacher. And honestly, I think I came out of the womb wanting to teach. I was always playing school, and once I became a student, my dream just continued to grow. So June 1972, Principal James O. Waters he told me to come to him after I graduated from college. He said he'd have a job for me. May 1975, I graduated from UNC. And I wondered at that time, how was it that I was going to be given the blessing of being able to teach in my alma mater, Clayton High? Well, the dream God had put into my heart, it was about to become a reality. From the fall of 1975 until June of 2004, I truly experienced the joy of serving many students and the families of Johnston County. After Carroll and Ennis told me that I was going to be a recipient of this award, I wrote her, and now I share a few of those words. And you've actually heard a few of them. In April of 1963, I'm going back now, I was in the 3rd grade, and I was certain my father had made a huge mistake bringing me from South Boston, Virginia, to Clayton, North Carolina. I quickly learned, even at that age, that I had made a mistake. I was the one that was wrong, not my father. God had and still has a wonderful plan for my life. And as you said, I have been richly blessed as I have lived, taught, learned, served, and been served by the people of Johnston County. And today, I thank any of you who've been involved in giving me this gift of calling me a living legend. I pray to have wisdom, listening ears, and a willingness to follow the plan my Lord Jesus has for me in the remaining years I have on this earth. I thank you for encouraging me, for allowing me to be here and say these words with the microphone in the wrong place. Sorry about that. And for being a part of my life's path. And may God bless each of you as you continue to love and to serve the families of Johnston County. Thank you very much.
I'm going to let you step right in front.
Now, JL, I've just met you, but you know to be kind. Okay.
Ms. McCormick Carpenter,
Yes, sir.
congratulations to you
Thank you.
on becoming a living legend in Johnston County. I want to read you your plaque. Living Legend Award presented to Valerie M. Carpenter by the Johnston County Public Schools, December 8th, 2020. A living legend, a person who retired from our ranks, who, while with us and continuing today, cares more than others think is wise, risks more than others think is safe, dreams more than others think is practical, expects more than others think is possible, succeeds far more than peers can imagine, and gives freely from the heart every day of her life in the service to the people. Congratulations to you.
You center of attention.
I'm sure.
Sorry, a little bit this way. Perfect. And actually, that was my OCD going on for that. Sorry. All right. One more try. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next recognition is Miss Sandra Hodges Edwards. I'll let you stand right there. And I told her if she put that jacket down, it might come home with me. We've already had fun out in the hall. Miss Edwards is a graduate of Smithfield-Selma High, Peace College, East Carolina University, and Campbell University. She served the students of Johnston County Public Schools for over 35 years and continues to serve as a tutor. While at South Smithfield Elementary, Miss Edwards was an integral part of the lives of peers and students, perhaps most memorably as the EOG Princess, bringing positivity and encouragement to 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students, a role that former students still recognize her for today. Miss Edwards' community involvement includes Delta Kappa Gamma sorority, the Parent Advisory Committee, and the Junior Women's League. Ladies and gentlemen, we honor Miss Sandra Hodges Edwards as the Johnston County Public Schools Living Legend for 2020-2021. Let's give her a round of applause for that. We're going to let you say a few words.
Well, first of all, it is quite the honor to be standing here in front of you today. First of all, I've got to give God the credit for blessing me and giving me the gift of how to teach others. From the time I was 5, I would line my baby dolls. I heard her talk about her from when she came out of her womb. But I would line my baby dolls up and I would teach to them. And then I would get the neighborhood kids and I would try to teach them too. But then in middle school one day, I decided I wanted to be an airline stewardess. I thought that just sounded so wonderful. And then I found out I was too fat and I was too short to ever be an airline stewardess. So the next day I went right back to being the teacher. So I have been wanting to be a teacher my entire life, but one day I can truly say that. So I couldn't wait. I went to South Smithfield as a child. I walked across the street. Well, guess what? I'm back living across the street, looking after my mom, who is 89. And so I still would walk across the street to tutor, and after I retired, I moved back in with my mom to look after her. So I'm still walking across the street, but right now it's going to be a little different because South Smithfield has given me the opportunity to begin tutoring from my home in January. So I give them thanks, too, for being so creative to give me the opportunity to still work with kids because I just couldn't chance it with my mom. And so I'm still, loving to teach those kids, and I still want you to remember that even after retirement, teachers are your greatest assets, that we've still got so much more to give. Here I am, 66 wonderful years old, and I'm still loving, and I can say truly from my heart, there was never a day that I didn't want to go to that classroom. And when I got in that classroom, I was on stage. I've always wanted to be a performer as well. So when I'd get there, I did perform each and every day. And I would sing, and if they got a little rowdy, I'd start singing the directions for them to do. I tried to be on point all day long, every day. You were tired at the end of the day, but it was so worth it. But I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me the greatest honor that can be given. Thank you very much. It's so nice to meet you finally.
Thank you. Ms. Edwards, I want to congratulate you for becoming a Johnston County Living Legend tonight. And I'm going to read your plaque to you this time. Living Legend Award presented to Ms. Sandra H. Edwards by the Johnston County Public Schools, December 8th, 2020. A living legend, a person who retired from our ranks, who, while with us and continuing today, cares more than others think is wise, risks more than others think is safe, dreams more than others think is practical, expects more than others think is possible, succeeds far more than peers can imagine, and gives freely from the heart every day of her life in the service to the people. Congratulations to you.
Just step forward a little bit more. Slide this way a little bit more. Dr. Gracie, slide this way a little bit. And step back a little bit. There you go. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. There is something good in 2020.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Did I tell you what? No, you weren't. You were not this one. But I could have.
My father probably got a hold of her while she was coming.
Yeah, he was assistant principal when we were in high school.
Yeah.
His dad was our
cheerleader
AP.
and- Yes, yes.
We tried to stay below his radar.
I was always very nice. Thank you so much.
Our final living legend, I think everybody knows, and that is Mr. Shelley Wayne Marsh. Do you know how hard it is not to want to go hug this gentleman right here? He knew me when I was a whole lot younger, and it took a whole lot less makeup when I met you. Mr. Marsh, you have served Johnston County Public Schools in many roles in your 47-year career, from teacher to our deputy superintendent. He is a graduate of North Carolina A&T University and East Carolina University. Currently, he volunteers for the North Carolina High School Athletic Association as a member of the board of directors. He and his wife Janice have 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters. The Marsh family is active in their church, where Mr. Marsh has served as a steward for many years. Mr. Marsh's many honors included being inducted into the Johnston County Athletic Hall of Fame, the North Carolina Athletic Directors Hall of Fame, and the North Carolina High School Athletic Hall of Fame. He was also awarded the Order of the Longleaf Pine by Governor Mike Easley. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to recognize Mr. Shelley Wayne Marsh as a Johnston County Living Legend for 2020-2021. Let's give him a hand, and then we're going to hear directly from him.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank my late mother, Maggie Pearl Price Marsh. I had graduated from A&T, and I'd taken the test to be a federal custom officer, and passing the test, I was getting ready to go. I was at the breakfast table, and she said, "Shelley, I need you to do something for me." I said, "Okay, Mom, you know I'm going to do it for you." She said, "I want you to teach 1 year for me, just 1 year." 47 years later. But I am so glad I listened to my mother and got into education. And along the journey, right here in Johnston County, I was traveling to see my parents, stopped at a sporting goods store, and met a guy named Fred Bartholomew. And we struck up a conversation, and when I was getting ready to leave, he walked out the door with me. He said, "Now, Shelley, if I ever have an opportunity I think you would enjoy, I'm going to give you a call." 8.5 years later, I got that call from Fred Bartholomew. And I'm really thankful that Fred is a man of his word, because I have enjoyed Johnston County, and this is where I make my home, although I have one in Chatham County. Johnston County is my home. Well, going to work at Princeton, met a fellow assistant named the late Carroll Wooten. Well, now, we had a lot of fun. His name Carroll, mine Shelley. And we always said that if Fred had another male assistant principal, his name probably be Francis. And I want to thank my staff at Cleveland Middle School, the 2004 staff, because of all the honors I've received. The biggest honor for me was when we came in #1 academically in 2004. That is the greatest honor for me. I mean, that is something that I will cherish. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't envy your job. You have a tremendous job to do, but it's no doubt in my mind that you will get the job done. You have challenging situations. I had challenging situations. I was one of those that was in the middle of the integration period. But I don't think it's as challenging as what you face today. But there's no doubt in my mind that you will take charge, overcome it. And this is something, I don't know, I think we're going to feel the effects of this for a few years to come. I don't think we can just open the school door and everything will be all right. But again, I would like to thank some wonderful people that I've worked with, particularly Kathleen Lamb, Tracy Peden Jones, and Linda Edmondson, assistant principals that made me look great. And thank y'all.
Mr. Marsh, congratulations to you for being named a Johnston County Public Schools Living Legend. I'm going to read your plaque now. Living Legend Award presented to Shelley W. Marsh by the Johnston County Public Schools, December 8th, 2020. A living legend, a person who retired from our ranks who, while with us and continuing today, cares more than others think is wise, risks more than others think is safe, dreams more than others think is practical, expects more than others think is possible, succeeds far more than peers can imagine, and gives freely from the heart every day of his life in the service to the people. Congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, congratulations.
As we end our Living Legends recognitions, I would never want to let the moment pass without recognizing the wonderful lady who organized this event, Miss Carolyn Ennis. Miss Carolyn Ennis is always behind the scenes making sure these things happen. She is instrumental in the selection. We absolutely love her. And I just have to let you know that I don't know what would be without Miss Carolyn Ennis. Put your head in here. She always doesn't want to do that. Where is she? Thank you, Miss Ennis.
I would just like to congratulate our living legends. It's always good to hear them tell their stories about Johnston County and where they came from, but it's always good to see that they're still helping us in some capacity. And I agree, retired teachers are a true asset to Johnston County Public Schools, and I thank them for what they continue to do on a daily basis, even through this pandemic that we are currently experiencing. So congratulations again to all three of our living legends for this year. At this time, we'll go into advisory appointments, and I'll start with Mr. Wooten.
Mr. Chairman, Innovation Academy, Ms. Kelly Johnston, new member appointments for Vicki Andrews, Alyssa Bizzle, Lance Gooden, Crystal Gregory, and Stuart Lee for 3 years each. Term ends June 2023. And Powhatan Elementary, Principal Kerwin, new member appointment for Jeannie Danko and Jean Lumbus for 3-year terms. Term ends June 2023.
Okay, we'll let that stand as our motion. Ms. Andrews.
Yes, Principal Christina Benson from Polenta Elementary, new member appointment for Jenny Cavallaro for a 3-year term. Term will end June 2023.
We'll let that stand as our second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next on our agenda, it shows public comment at 6 o'clock. We have one public comment that's already linked to our agenda as well as on the website. And I will say that due to the governor's ordinance of maximum of 10 people, that's the reason we've had to go to an online public comment for tonight's meeting. So we will keep going through our agenda and will not stop at 6 due to it being online.
Okay. I would like to echo Mr. Moore's commentary. He does make a valid point that if we can put kids in school in front of a teacher, then people should be allowed to come in here and make their comments publicly. Although it would probably be, derogatory or judgmental towards us in some cases. However, we need to find a way to get them heard in a public setting beyond the online forum.
I agree with you and made that comment as well earlier when I read that Mr. Moore's information. He does make a valid point.
I agree with you as well. I agree with that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I ask that the board approve consent items 10A, 1A through 10A, 1C.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Dr. Pierce.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair Ms. Sessoms, Dr. Bracy, members of the board. I have 5 items for information tonight, starting with Board Exhibit 10A2. And for just our recollection, remember that we went with the School Board Association's policy series, and so we are now in the 1000 series, and these are recommendations from the School Board Association as we realign our board policies. So the first policy is Policy Code 1000, the legal status of the board and school system. And so Policy Code 1000 would be a new policy provided by the School Board Association, and it states the official name of our system as Johnston County Public Schools. And so it is the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to adopt Policy 1000, and it is presented for information. Board Exhibit 10A3 is Policy 1010, Board Authority. Board Authority and Duties is a new policy provided by the School Board Association. It states the authority and duties of the Board of Education as a governing body. And it is the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to adopt Policy 1010, and it is presented for information as well. Board Exhibit 10A4, Policy Code 1320, 3560, Title I, Parent Involvement. Title I involvement is a new policy provided by the School Board Association. However, this policy will replace and update and realign the information that is currently in Policy 2021. Parent and Family Engagement. This policy summarizes federal legal requirements under Title I and the Elementary and Secondary Education Act as amended by the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA. And so it is the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to adopt 1320-3560, and it is presented for information. Policy Code 1510, 4200, and 7220. It is provided by the School Board Association, and it would replace Policy 6410, Fire and Other Emergency Drills, and Policy 6420, which is Fire Prevention, which will both be converted to regulations to this policy. So our current policies that we have, we would convert them to be regs to this overall policy, okay? Because they give more details of the actions needed in the schools. And so it is the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to adopt Policy 1510, 4200, 7270, and it is presented for information. Policy 10A6 is prohibition of against retaliation, and it is 1760, 7280, and this is a new policy provided by the School Board Association. The policy addresses legal requirements of reporting possible financial, ethical violations, and other illegal practices, and intends that employees who report such matters in good faith will not be subject to retaliation or other adverse employee consequences. And it is the recommendation of the Policy Review Committee to adopt 1760, 7280, and it is presented for information as well. That is it.
Dr. Pierce, could I ask you to explain to the viewing audience as well as our new board members what the process is for providing feedback on these policies?
Yes, so policies will go before the board for information. Upon them going before the board for information, on the board policy page on the web page, there is a policy feedback document. Anyone can go on there anytime, give feedback to these policies. That information is taken to the next Policy Review Committee meeting where the board members review that feedback and make amendments in consultation with our attorney as well. And they go through different committees in the school system as well, so there's definitely several ways. So it will sit now for 30 days until the next board meeting, to which at the next board meeting we'll bring back and let you know if any amendments have been made since being presented for information.
And Dr. Pierce, when we go back to number 5, the school safety, I'm not going to read all the numbers. But what you're saying there is that what we currently have, I'm just repeating myself to understand, that what we currently have will serve as the regs.
Yes, the
for
action steps.
For the state for the policy that the state has.
For the policy that the School Board Association has recommended.
Right.
Yes. So
Okay.
we felt like, the Policy Review Committee felt like
Right.
that our current policy served as great guidance for what was and was not allowed in our classrooms and facilities, and the requirement of doing a monthly fire drill, that we wanted to continue to keep that as a part of a regulation to the policy.
I would just like to say thank you to the policy committee. You know, with us transitioning over to the School Board Association's policies, it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of policies that's been presented to us on a monthly basis. So thank you for your time and energy that's spent around this, because it is well worth it to get us in a line and make it a lot easier going down the road. So thank you.
All right, so I think the next item that was asked for is dashboard. So I'm going to ask if we could launch it up on the screen if we don't mind. I think we got that ready. So I must say that this dashboard is a work in progress. As you all have seen how we've evolved. We were one of the very early on people who put a dashboard out. Our most recent update, as it goes blank on us, our most recent update is so that the quick view that you just saw shows the active cases that are currently in our system. So that is a recent update as of today. I don't know if they can go back on that screen again, but what that number will show and some of the feedback we were receiving from staff and parents was that number by the end of the month sometimes could say 100, and they were like, that doesn't really tell me a whole lot because at the beginning of the month it says 0. You don't have 0 active cases in your school. So now this metric here, the 43 for students and the 33 for staff, is showing the active cases that we currently have today based on the 10-day data point given by the public health department. Okay, and so it will roll. If you were on there as an individual in 10 days, that number will roll off because it's no longer an active case. But it will still be kept in our history of the total number of active cases we've had. All right, so that is a new update, and then we can go back to the other part, and I'll hush for what questions. And then this document here is just showing the current active quarantines. Before I stepped in, I think our students were over 1,000, 1,100, if you can keep on scrolling down. And our staff, we're getting there. And our staff is sitting at 270. And so this is current quarantines based on the protocol set forth by the schools and the Department of Health and Human Services.
Yeah. And just to be fully transparent, I got a call from someone I deeply trust yesterday who said that there were some discrepancies between the information they received from the dashboard in the school system as compared to the information they received from the Johnston County Health Department. Now, I'm sure that if there is any inaccuracies or any type of, discrepancies, there has to be a reason for that. So are you familiar with what I'm talking about? And maybe there's a reason, maybe a lag time, maybe something's not being updated?
So I'm not your specific case, but I can tell you there's 2 different pieces that happen. So a positive case may get reported several days later due to the return of testing and due to the health department having to confirm that. So we may get a person telling us that they're positive, and at this point in time, our health director is allowing us to post the document from the lab result of a positive even before once they confirm it. So we're trying to speed that up. And the only other lag time that could be there is that the CDC recently changed the 10-day, 14-day quarantine process. And so they did not go back and change anyone who was already in quarantine. They moved forward with the 10 days as of Sunday.
And I did meet with this person who told me that the school website was outdated based on the 14-day and 10-day rule, but I think that there was only a couple of days you guys would have had to change that at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so have the actual quarantine times for the students and the staff been updated based upon that transition from a 14-day to a 10-day?
So starting as of Sunday, anyone from Sunday forward that was sent to the health department, we got the directive on Friday from the health director that she would begin the 10-day as of Sunday. And it would not be retroactive.
Understood.
Yeah.
All right.
So yes, sir.
Very good.
Is there a way on that first dashboard where you have your active cases to include the total people that are quarantined? In other words, to alter that dashboard so we'll know how many students and how many staff are being affected by either having to be quarantined and out of place.
So just so you're making sure, the 1,335, put that on the first screen as well.
1,000 should be on the screen as a quick look, and the student population as a quick look.
You can make that adjustment.
And I don't know how bad we want this to be, but, and I'm sure parents would like to know, what schools are involved, but we can't put everything on that dashboard, but I think the number of students and number of staff that are affected, actively affected, not necessarily an active infection, but quarantine and not in place.
And put that on the quick view.
And Dr. Pierce, can you remind me, how often is this updated?
It is live. It is real live information.
Several times a day.
Every minute something's put in, it is updated immediately.
And this information is coming from where?
Coming from the Health Department reporting form. The only thing that is updated daily by hopefully 10 a.m. every day is the active cases, which was on the original dashboard. But these two spreadsheets right here, I don't even want to ask them to refresh it, but it is updated live.
I would just like to say thank you to Dr. Pearson at the Health Department. She's been an advocate for us since day one of this pandemic and been very, at a moment's notice, on call for Dr. Pierce and the rest of the group that has had questions or concerns about the pandemic in general. And I just want to thank her for her immediate responses as well as her expertise in the pandemic that we're dealing with, and thank her for her time because it's taken up a lot of her time to assist us as well. And I just want to thank her and her group over at the Health Department.
And Dr. Pierce and Dr. Bracy, I want to thank you because I know that you stay in constant contact with the Health Department, with Dr. Pearson. And I'm hoping that, I know that around the nation, the Thanksgiving surge is beginning to show. We have the holidays coming up, and I'm very concerned about that. And as Mr. Johnston said earlier, what the sustainability will be in terms of us being able to continue to move forward.
So just as it relates to the numbers, I can tell you by staff, if you remember our last meeting we were at, we were looking around 105 to 120 staff being quarantined then. Don't know if I have a good enough feedback to tell you, but this goes to show you the change that's happened during that time, just in staff.
So if we're discussing sustainability at this point, or are we going to save that for someone else? All right, very good. So the original question was from last month, and I feel a little remiss I have to ask you since I didn't initially ask you, sir, but I believe it was directed towards Dr. Bracy, and I asked, how sustainable is this? How can we keep going at this pace? Are we on pace? Can we do this? And I don't recall the exact answer I got, but you seemed a bit doubtful. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll take no offense that we could sustain at this pace. Was I correct in my interpretation, sir?
It is very challenging going forward, Mr. Johnson. Absolutely.
Okay, and just in my reality, and this is my reality, I have an optimistic group of individuals that come in here and say, we can do this. And then I have the ground people, which would be your custodians and your teachers, saying, we can't do this. So you know who I'm going to side with, no offense to anyone, but we got to find what is sustainable and what can we do. And the answer is not, in my opinion, to close the schools. The answer is to find out how we can reallocate, make this thing a little bit more fluid in the transition between virtual, when they get quarantined, when the teachers come in, when the teachers don't come in, when the students are here. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a bit of inefficiency in the sense that you have one teacher in a classroom with maybe 1 to 3 kids. Is that incorrect, or is that correct in some cases?
In the middle school and high school, it potentially could be lower numbers, yes.
Okay. Well,
I don't know of those numbers in elementary at all.
right, and elementary is faced with the extremely unfair and burdensome restriction of the classroom sizes where they're piling them in there right now, and it's a little unfortunate that they're having to face that. But at the high school, I know we got map testing coming up, and there's people who've reached out to me who are very uncomfortable coming in for map testing, and I hate to jump all over the place, but I want to be sure that we're accommodating those who do not feel comfortable coming in for these, end of course exams, whether it be Math 1, Math 2, Biology, English, or was it English 2? I believe that's an end of course test. But those who are uncomfortable coming in, we have to make some accommodations for them. And then I back up 2 months and I'm not fussing here, I'm just making points. I back up 2 months when I asked, or maybe 3, when I asked about the Chromebooks, and I said, do we have all the Chromebooks that we need? And I got 3 very affirmative, yes, the nod and the verbal, yes, we have the Chromebooks that we need. And I believe we're coming to find out we don't have the Chromebooks that we need. Now, I understand that they came back before us and said, well, now they're on back order. Initially, we were told we had them, then we were told they're on back order, and now we're facing map testing without enough Chromebooks. So I think that bodes to the sustainability concept. And I want to know, has anyone looked at redesigning how we're coming back after winter break? I mean, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. The second semester is longer than the first semester. We need to go back to the drawing board, develop a framework that is sustainable, even if we have to change how we do business altogether, and get these things doing. I know there's some principals that have some great ideas as far as like a winter session will be comparable to what colleges do between the fall and the spring. I think we should maybe bring them to the table, get their ideas, and try to make this happen in a positive way. Because right now, the inefficiency and the lack of sustainability is killing those people on the front line. And I am a bit disappointed that this had to be added to the agenda because it should be number 1 on the agenda. I enjoy the living legends. I enjoy the consent agenda, but this should be number 1. Now, I know I said a lot, but what's the potential that we redesign the framework, extend the winter break, and come up with something that is sustainable? Because from what I've been told, the answer my friends are getting, and I hate to put my friends out there, but they're getting, hold on, winter breaks or, Christmas break's coming. Well, that's Christmas break, and then we're back in the same boat going in the same direction.
Mr. Johnston,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think that is a good segue to the calendar amendment of what you're talking about right
Good.
now is something that definitely will segue right into
Right.
the calendar amendment.
Right, the calendar amendment's good, but time is only that time. We have to come up with a framework that works.
I agree.
All right.
This will give them an opportunity with the calendar amendment, if we so choose to do that.
Sure.
Give them time to go back to the drawing board, like you're saying, to work out some of these kinks.
But we've got to have someone who's going to do that. We've got to have a commitment to do that because, no offense, but I had to ask for the contracted cleaning services to be added to the agenda. I don't want to have to ask for this framework to be added again. And I'm trying to be as humble as I can when I say that, but I don't want to have to ask twice. If you ask twice, you ask nice. But I want to be sure that this is going to be seriously looked at because it is destroying morale. And I know there's some teachers that want to hang in there and go, and there's some teachers that don't want to go, but we have to come up with something sustainable. And I'm done talking. I appreciate the 2 hours you gave me.
Dr. Pierce, I know Mr. Johnson had a lot in that, but I would like to segue to the calendar amendment because I think that's going to give us an opportunity to start those conversations. And I know Ms. Stevenson is here as well to help us out with some of the EOCs and things of that nature. So do you mind?
I do not, and I have just a brief statement to probably state the obvious. But in recent weeks, Johnston County Public Schools, in close collaboration with Johnston County Public Health Department, we've encountered an increase in COVID-19 cases. As noted on our dashboard, our current student quarantines, I had to change it. It was at 1,100 when I wrote this, and now it's at 1,135. Our current staff quarantines are over 271. Earlier today, our county was moved into the red category on the COVID-19 county alert system, which indicates critical community spread as measured by the Department of Health and Human Services. So based on this information, what I would share with you all is based on the health and safety of our students and staff, our current school data, and with the support of our local public health director, we ask that Johnston County Public Schools temporarily return to Plan C beginning Monday, December 14th, 2020 through Friday, January 15th, 2021. During that time, we can do what Mr. Johnson has asked and look at options. Our high school students will complete the state and federal required testing schedule as planned during the week of December 14th through the 18th, allowing for all safety protocols. Outside of the required high school testing window, all students and staff will work remotely, and essential staff will use social distancing protocols to complete essential duties as needed.
What were the dates again?
Monday, December 14th through Friday, January 15th.
And Dr. Pierce, that would get us through the anticipated holiday surge in terms of what we'll know we'll be facing.
We hope, understanding that we are in our second week away from Thanksgiving now and just truly experiencing the surge, it can only be predicted that we will see that same surge the second week of the return from our Christmas break.
When was the initial begin date for Christmas holidays?
The
21st?
The original date we would have got out on the 18th and started on the 21st. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So you ask as a week ahead of time?
Week ahead of time.
Is that part of the calendar amendment? Is correct, right? Yeah.
You're talking about the EOCs, not delaying those students would still go in and take those tests, because we can't delay things like that. I mean, they'll be able to go in to the physical schools and take those, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Christy.
Okay.
May I ask a question? All right, Plan C is virtual only, correct?
Remote only, yes, sir.
Remote only, okay. How are we following up with Mr. Johnston and the Chromebook issue? Do we know that every student has a Chromebook in their hand? And two, do we know that every student can get online to access our stuff?
So I do know there's hotspots, and I do know that there are Chromebooks. Now, if there's individuals who don't have them, I'll need to find out where that is. We can talk to Ms. Gill in technology and see where we need to find out to get them to them. But my understanding is I've been told that there are enough Chromebooks and that there are enough hotspots.
All right, so we would have in every school a student's name and an assigned Chromebook, correct?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, if they requested a Chromebook, then we provided them a Chromebook. If they had their own Chromebook, then they didn't request one. The same with the hotspots. And if they should have a one-to-one, because we have enough in the district. If we don't have any in an individual school, it could be because they're not having I haven't had but one school reach out and say they did not have enough Chromebooks for EOC testing. If there are others, then we're glad to help them. What we typically do, which we did back in the August month, was if a school didn't have enough to check out, we went to another school who had more in their inventory, and we moved them over there and put them in their assets temporarily. So in the case of anybody going into the testing window who would have a similar issue, then we would do the same for them. I've heard from one school, but whether or not they ask for a Chromebook or not is whether or not, now, they may not have the right device to test on, too, for example. They may have been able to do their schoolwork on the device they have at home, but now that we're getting ready to do testing, they may need to have those because that's not going to work with our testing window. So we are going to have to work through some of those pieces. As far as the number of inventory that we do have enough Chromebooks to the number of students we have within the district. In order to accommodate different scenarios, we may have to move them back and forth, which we have done already. I've had one request so far. If there are others, I've asked Ms. Turnage to let me know if there were. As of this evening, I don't have but the one that we're having to work through. The other situation is whether or not it's very much site-based managed as far as a student bringing them back and forth. My son, for example, brings his Chromebook back and forth every day. So when it was map testing this week, he was able to use his device to do his map testing. But according to the age of the child, they may not bring them back. They may have some that they say keep them home, so they may need more. So it's an individual school situation that we'll work through.
But you're telling me we have enough Chromebooks?
We do.
For the number of students enrolled in this county?
We do.
Okay. Do we know how many students that have not signed on that have a Chromebook?
We have analytics that we can run, and that's what we're beginning to do now, that says how many people have never engaged in any sort of instruction. There are multiple ways to deal with engagement. The social workers work with us to help find out people who are not accessing instruction, certainly whether or not they're in their Google Meets, whether or not they're working within Google Classroom or in Canvas. You're able to see if you're getting engagement. But there are some analytics that we have from what's called ClassLink that lets us know the amount of time students actually log in to their Chromebooks. And then we also have analytics that tell us how often that hotspot is being used. And so we have begun to know that as far as we start to become more into this type of work and looking at how engagement reflects student achievement when we're doing so much remote, we really are going to have to get that granular to say who is actually not being able to be successful because they're not engaged on their Chromebook or whatever device that they have. I don't know if I went too in depth, but that is our next step to be able to pull those.
Let me ask you this. Is this a real-time data? Can at the end of a school day, can that program punch out who never checked in?
I feel pretty comfortable that it can. I would have to ask my tech folks, but I'm almost certain that you can pull from there, and then you can pull a report from our console. Several things. Since we're a Google district, we have a console that helps us know everything
Don't
that's
let me
happening.
interrupt you too much, but here's the question. If that is a real live data, we're at the end of the semester, why aren't we already pursuing that?
The ClassLink is this is our newest piece that we just purchased probably about August, September. We have been very honestly focused on getting materials, meaning devices and hotspots, to all of our families. We spent August and September deploying. Then we began to determine, were we going to be plan A, were we going to be plan B, were we going to be plan C? So it was an ever-evolving type of scenario. We then got everybody settled, and then we decided we were going to go back plan A for your elementaries. So then that data was not as important as getting them back in face-to-face. And then we had now your plan B students. So we're now back at the point, if we were, let's say we stayed completely plan C, then that data would have been absolutely imperative to have right from the get-go. But we have had a fluid situation. I don't have to tell you all that. In that, we've had to work on the massive deployment for a 37,000 district, and then we've had to focus on getting the teaching and instructional side up to speed with getting our teachers able to understand, and they've done a beautiful job with the Meets, the Canvas, all of those pieces, and the instructional pieces that go with it. And now we're at the point where we have to begin to see how all of those things that we've deployed so quickly, so fast, and frankly, successfully in spite of the challenges, now we have to figure out how is all of that really impacting the achievement of the students over time.
Mr. Johnston.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gill. I'm going to ask you this because so many of your staff are classified, our bus drivers, child nutrition, custodians. With this amendment, how will that impact their pay?
That is, this is kind of hot off the press information for me. So I would need to get with our team and with Mr. Brett to take a look at how all of that would be impacted. Certainly, you know, Dr. Bracy, we can talk about all of that, but this is a new amendment for me.
Let me see if I can ask this right. You know, I understand what the amendment is, that we would go back to Plan C. This is Tuesday. How realistic is it for the teachers who are face-to-face to switch back to virtual and all students be covered? Because I know that when elementary went back face-to-face, that you started shifting teachers and students. Students who had a virtual teacher at the beginning of the year got switched to a different teacher when they went face-to-face. So, you know, realistically, how can this happen?
I think, Ms. Andrews, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, one of my staff, we did that because the Board of Education told
I
us
understand
that they didn't want.
I'm saying now we're going back the other direction.
Yes.
I think that we, and David can talk a lot more about that, but we have always prepped our staff to have the devices with the children. We told them, do not take them back up. In some instances early on, they might have, and we said, don't take the devices back up. We didn't take the hotspots back up because you never know from the quarantine dashboard. We have, during the course of this time, we've had to move kids back and forth. And you want to expand upon that?
Right, yeah.
I would, your response to that is, first off, our teachers are amazing. And since day one, everyone has been prepped that you go home every day as if you're not going to return. In classes, that's happened. And so, you know, we don't like kids carrying around heavy book bags and things of that sort, but most classes, that's what's going on. And so I would tell you, at a high rate, I would say that most go home every day preparing to be able to function if they couldn't return the next day.
Right, but would classrooms have to be restructured?
No.
Okay.
They would go.
That's one of my,
straight
you know,
back
are
to
we
the
going to be
teacher.
switching teachers again? Are we going to
The
be?
teacher you have and continue on.
Okay. That's my concern. You're doing this, you know, this is affecting families and
Yes,
parents.
ma'am.
Mr. Johnston, just real quick, with your comment about there's some, you got some where they don't have Chromebooks. They're
Oh,
not
yeah. Oh, I know
one-to-one.
for a fact, to be completely contrary with that being my intention, I know for a fact that there are principals and teachers going from school to school borrowing Chromebooks to get this map testing done. Don't fool yourself. That is happening. And I'm getting messages right now saying this is not the case. So with my full intention of being transparent, that is unacceptable. You can't, with everything teachers and principals have going on, you're requiring them, I'm good. I know I'm good. You're requiring them to disinfect and go and pick these carts up and get these devices back from the students. If we have enough, then we have enough. Why are we doing that? Why are we going from site to site collecting this material to disseminate it so we can complete map testing? It's stressful enough.
Sure.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is we've not had any principals personally call me, and I do technology, to say, I am having to do that amount of shifting, but one principal.
Okay.
To be perfectly transparent.
And to
The
be
second
perfectly
thing-
clear, that is one too many principals.
Okay. But the second piece is that if they do not require the kids to bring the Chromebook back for map testing, then no, they're not going to have enough. So some of those Chromebooks that they may not have enough because they've given out everything they have in their school, but they only have a few left over that they didn't deploy. So without a principal calling us and saying, how do I manage my map testing, and Christy works with us on that too, then the questions we would be asking is, tell us how you initially deployed, tell us if you're having the kids bring them back and forth, and have we talked about how we're doing that? Because the other thing we do is we have them let us know if they're lost, if there's chargers lost, whether there's damage to the device, and we're caught up with our Chromebook repairs. So my question would be to be talking to us during this crucial period. So for example, using my son as an example, Archer's Lodge is already doing their test this week. So he got on his very own device. And certainly they have some backup devices there for when children forget them. So we need to work, there's site-based management, there's the amount of data that we have that says, here's what we actually have in our inventory, because we keep them in an asset inventory. And here is the different ages of them and what they will support as far as whether they're updatable. But we know what our map testing dates are well in advance. They're not surprises. And if we have management issues within schools, we all have to work together to be able to do that.
So I know that we have kind of talked about this before, and 2020 has definitely been an extraordinary year, facing challenges that we've never faced before, and our staff and our teachers and our parents, we have all stepped up. But because it is an extraordinary year, would it not make sense that for things such as Chromebooks, we have a district-wide initiative so every school is doing the same exact thing, and that way we know for sure that our kids and our staff members have appropriate devices that are working, and there's no muddy puddles.
So
It's
let
clear.
me, if I could, comment to that. We have begun having those meetings with both finance, CIA, and my team about having district-wide purchasing. Our model for many years in this district has been site-based purchasing. We give them different allotments of money, and we give them the data about when they need to refresh their devices. Through this process, we believe that it is better for us to do a district-wide scenario. But when you're obviously given conditions that you're dealing with quickly, then through that, it is even more apparent when you're working with some of our principals who may say, well, I purchased those, or my PTA purchased those. I don't want them to go back and be in the district inventory. So we're having to begin to have those kinds of conversations. For example, this is the year that our tech plan, our 5-year plan, is updated. So we're actually going to begin to build that into our process. So I'm not going to tell you it's a perfect scenario there, but we also know that our principals are tremendous leaders, and that if they're having issues like that and that that's not able to be worked on. I know of 3 schools in August that we moved Chromebooks from point A to point B. I'm called, I'm missing 50. I look on the inventory, say that we have extras here. We send tech people to get them and bring them back. So without an individual school and us knowing what their situation is and how they've tackled their MAP testing, it's hard for me to give you just a blanket of what is the issue and what is being presented.
Mr. Johnston, I would recommend just giving those schools that are reaching out to you to give them to Ms. Gill and let her staff go ahead and take care of those items so that we can make sure they're accommodated from MAP testing as well as devices as well.
Absolutely. If I'm not mistaken, they have reached out to at least one person in this room, but that's perfectly within their chain of command, and I just bring up the issues as a board member. And I heard the word used, or the term used, the phrase site-based management issues. Absolutely correct. I love the concept of running things site-based, but to throw it off on them is irresponsible based on the fact that principals typically are not cleaning classrooms. They are not running around with sprayers disinfecting. So ownership's a big thing to me, and I certainly appreciate the principals willing to go the extra mile, as I know everyone in this room does. But there are going to be some hiccups in accommodating personalities, and actually having the information correct would go a long way with me. Thank you.
Yeah, well, please,
I appreciate it.
Please get with Ms. Gill and let her know those schools so we can get those devices.
Yes, and if those teachers will reach out to their principals, then we will sit down with them and walk through their issues. If the principal isn't aware of it, and I don't know if they are, it's hard for us to be able to solve that problem for them. We're happy to do that. There is a delicate balancing act between micromanaging and site-based management. So we certainly believe wholeheartedly in our principals, and we want to respond to their need in a balanced approach.
And Ms. Gill, this is another curiosity question. I know that we've done a great job at surveying our students and our parents to make sure that they have the technological needs that they need to be able to teach remotely. Right. Have we done that for our teachers? Because we have teachers in our system that live in parts of the county where the Wi-Fi is not great. Mm-hmm. So having a hotspot for them to be able to take home.
They've been given hotspots. If anyone who's asked for a hotspot has been given a hotspot.
Is it the intentions that going to Plan C, I think you said Monday, is that Monday, December 14th? Mm-hmm. Is it the intentions that the teachers will report to school and work from their classrooms?
At this time, it would be our intention that students and staff would work remotely. And if they needed to come to the building due to internet, because we know we have some of that, our buildings are big enough we could still open and allow that to happen. But the intention would be at this moment to slow the spread that we have going on is to allow our staff to work remotely.
Said they did not have, we have Verizon's and Sprint. So at this point, we've got enough in, because we did get a grant with the state, that if a teacher is going home and their internet is spotty, then we have some Verizon's on hand, and we can certainly try to work through those issues, just as we worked with our daycares as well. We provided them hotspots. We actually also provided a couple, and still can. We have what's called Ranger units that we can help provide with some of our larger places. So we have tried to respond in that manner, so we can help them through those things.
And in the return date was January 15th. What plan is it proposed to be under on January 15th?
We will have that conversation at our January 12th Board of Education meeting.
Okay, that's 3 days before it starts.
Yeah.
So
That's my only thing is, yeah.
No, the January 15th is the Friday, so basically, correct me if I'm wrong, if the calendar's correct, it would, do what now? It would be Dr. Martin Luther King's holiday would be that following Monday. So technically, it would be the 19th that they would return.
correct.
To K-5 will
The
return.
19th is when students,
Not returning on the 15th.
remote learning runs through the 15th is what Dr. Pierce said.
And I'm certainly not in favor of, I don't want to say ending this semester early. I'm trying to get my terminology correct. I guess we would call it a semester, much like college. I do not want to end on the 14th. I would like to see it through to the last scheduled date of the 18th. And then if we see fit to extend it, because I don't want to change the dynamic of the instructional model we have in place now. I don't want to change that. I mean, that's me personally. I don't want to start on the 14th. I would love to finish this semester as we have planned and transition to what we are going to transition into come January. That's my personal thoughts on it.
Well, and I completely understand that. That would make it nice and clean, but the virus is not nice and clean. And I think if Dr. Pearson has said that we have been elevated from orange to red, we owe it to our students and we owe it to our employees to keep them safe. And I'm sorry that the virus didn't cooperate with our calendar. But I feel very strongly that your proposal, Dr. Pierce, is in the best interest of safety.
Well, also, correct me if I'm wrong, the EOCs and the state mandated tests were only ones that would be coming into the schools anyway, other than CTE state, right, Christy? The rest of them were going to be their teacher made, and they were going to be remote regardless. So it's really not messing with the calendar too much for our high school students taking their exams.
Correct, because with our test plan, what the high schools had already planned out were their students would be remote unless they are taking a state EOC or CTE exam, and they would be the only kids in the building next week anyway.
So that would basically, Mr. Johnston, if I heard you correctly, you want to move it on, but I think that those are going to be the ones that are going to be in the building regardless, so they're going to continue to be in the building. So technically, all we're doing is for our elementary K-5 students, and obviously our 6-8. But I have to agree with the support of what Dr. Pearson has provided us, and she's been a strong advocate from day one on assisting us with this pandemic, and basically with her information and what we've been provided, I think it's only feasible for us to move to this effective this Friday.
I respect everyone, still maintain without a lot of dialogue that if you're a student or family and you want to be in school and you're a teacher and you want to teach and you want to be in school, I believe that you have that right, and who am I to tell you don't if that's your choice? And like I said, no disrespect, no offense, but we all believe what we believe.
Just a quick comment. First of all, thank you to Ms. Gill, Ms. Stevenson, and Dr. Pierce for their information and comments tonight. And I want to sort of respond to Mr. Johnson, what he said a little earlier. I would say, Mr. Johnson, last month I was a little more optimistic about where we are from a metric standpoint. Not the positives, but just the amount of staff members that are out of the building. And Dr. Pierce, I believe you stated we have, the thing is changing every minute, 268 staff quarantines. Is that correct? How much?
71.
It's gone up 3 more since I wrote this down a few minutes ago. You add that 271 to 235 people at home on work accommodations. So what's that? Is that 506 people that are out of place that would be in place?
How many vacancies do we still have? Excuse me.
I don't know the number of vacancies off the top of my head, Ms. Carroll. You doing staff vacancies? No, I'm sure we got vacancies. I can confidently say that without looking at the website. So you can add that to it as well, Mr. Carroll. That's a good point. But just on people that are hired to work in the district, with those 235 people currently at home on work accommodations because of risk factors with their health, and you add those to the 271, I believe that's 506 people that would normally be in place that are not in place right now. So I think the key word to what Dr. Pierce said, the word that I hang my hat on, is temporarily, to go to Plan C, because we came here and we've been blessed since September 28th to have kids face-to-face in our buildings receiving good instruction. Today we went to the status of a red county. If I hadn't had a chance to watch the press conference that the governor had, that's taken us to another level. And I'm so thankful for our partnership with the health department and Dr. Pearson. She has been right there with us. We're all concerned about where we are as far as the virus metrics. So I say all that to say that the holidays are really providing us with a unique opportunity to have some sort of separation from crowds gathering in our school buildings. Now, when we come back, when our temporary status ends, it will be up to the 7 people that sit around this table, and they will vote and say we return to Plan A, B, or remain C. It's totally up to the 7 members of this Board of Education. So I say everything will be done above board and in public, but the numbers are what the numbers are at this point. I really want to stress that. I felt better a month ago, Mr. Johnston, because I don't believe we had this many quarantine. And the Thanksgiving spike is real. Those are numbers. I think we've rocketed up our numbers, Dr. Pierce, since then. And also, I think the Christmas spike could be greater than the Thanksgiving spike as people travel or gather around more people as they did during the Thanksgiving holidays. So, as I said a few moments ago, it's just something for the board to consider. This is our information, and whatever you decide, we as a staff stand ready to deliver whatever it is you make as a final decision.
I think it's imperative, Dr. Bracy, that if the board decides to move forward with virtual school, that a memo go out to our staff members about the devices that we have that they may need, such as hotspots and emails, because what's particularly frustrating for me, as it might be for other board members sitting around this horseshoe, is that we get instances of we can't get that. We've been told district isn't going to allow us to have that happen. And I would like to have that communication directly directed to our staff members. So that comes from your office and they know what they can and cannot do.
Yes, ma'am. I have no issue with that. I'm sorry, Ms. Carroll, but I thought we'd done that before. I thought we'd had that conversation in this room that if you need a Chromebook, parent, teacher, please have a conversation with your principal. I believe that the Board of Education has ordered thousands of Chromebooks, spent millions of dollars just since I've been here, and probably more before I arrived on July 1. So the board has stepped up and authorized Mr. Britt and myself to allocate those CARES Act funds, those funds that have come from the federal and state government to buy those necessary devices and hotspots. The board has spent millions and millions of dollars on doing that. And I feel safe in saying, and we can ask Mr. Britt this specifically when he steps in the room, I feel safe in saying we have additional funds ready to spend to buy more devices if necessary. So I'm not sure Ms. Gill can better answer this, where we are, or Michelle, I think Michelle is still here, where we are as far as a backlog is concerned. I'm not sure. But if
for me, clarify this. We were talking about students with Chromebooks and then the map testing books. Are we talking about the same device being used by the student or no?
Yes, the Chromebook is what we use for it can be used for your map testing. Your PCs in your schools can be used for map testing because it's online. They can even do the map testing at home.
Okay, so if a
yes.
student has a Chromebook, then the school should be, that student could go do the map testing?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Any map testing be done at the schools?
So our map testing has already started for elementary and middle schools, and we had planned the map window to be ended before we went home for break for students in grades 3 through 8. But if the board decides to move to all virtual, the map testing can be completed remotely. We have support resources to send to teachers to help them with that, and that is how we did it in the fall. as well. We tested remotely.
That was my question.
The teacher helps implement it and the student performs it. Yeah.
That was my question. So this is round 2 of map testing?
Correct.
Correct. I thought so.
So we've done the virtual thing.
Did we hear, I didn't hear it, but perhaps Dr. Pierce, Ms. Whittington, Ms. Gill, and yourself did. Did we hear of a lot of concerns with not enough devices for map testing for the first round?
Yeah.
The first round, they were at home.
So-
They would have still need a device at home to take it, correct?
They had it.
Right.
So if they had it at home for round 1, why wouldn't they have it for round 2?
But nobody turned them in. Students did not turn their Chromebooks back in when they went face-to-face.
During our first weather opportunity, when we used the remote option, there was a couple of schools I did hear about where they inadvertently took them up. And so it's a learning process for our schools. But what we've told them, do not take them back up. So again, if they took them back up, they may not have enough. There is a couple of schools that we struggled with making sure that all their devices would support the map testing because that some of them were older and updating them. We ordered about 5,800 back in July. We are still it's a nationwide shortage. We are still waiting. We were told October, now we're being told January. And those were going to be used not because we didn't have enough, but they were going to be used to pull the older ones offline and put the newer ones in.
Christy, could you,
And in addition to the map window, we will look at, because that's a local assessment and we have flexibility there, we will look at and poll the school, we'll pull the data and look at where the schools are in testing, but we'll look at extending that window because testing remotely would require smaller groups and things like that. So we've got to give some flexibility to the schools there.
And so I'm just going to ask this again as a former teacher. You feel certain, those of you who we trust dearly, that if we go to Plan C starting Monday, that this school system can roll that out and do it with efficiency, where students are online. I understand the issues with online, but the conversion from, I'm thinking mainly of elementary, where you're going from a large number from face-to-face back to virtual, that we are okay to do that we're going to be able to do that in our schools and our structure of our schools and the implementation of instruction.
Having heard this for the very first time, would I rather have a few more days than Monday? Because we have special needs children, and I have a special needs background like you do, and that was our toughest group. But if we have to, we'll do whatever we have to do.
We need to do what's workable.
And can I ask?
We need to do what's workable for students.
Clarification.
My own personal opinion.
Clarification. Is it one Chromebook per student or one Chromebook per family that we're counting here? Because I'm being told that it's one Chromebook per family. Is that correct?
If they're showing one Chromebook per family, then I haven't been told they were doing it that way, because any child that needed a Chromebook, we could get a Chromebook.
Right.
So if they didn't divvy them out that way, then I'm not sure why they didn't do that.
I can only say, Mr. Johnston, I have 2 school-age children.
Right.
They both have their own Chromebook from the school system.
Okay.
How in the world would they do the schoolwork anyway?
And that's my question. And, you know, I trust these people. I've known these people my entire life. I'm being told that it's one Chromebook per family. And during the school improvement team meetings that I've been privy to, they're being told that the Chromebooks will arrive February 2021. Mm-hmm. So you're telling me that it's just to replace old Chromebooks that we don't have a shortage. I might have misheard that, but that's what you're telling me.
Mm-hmm. We have certain schools that we're going to be giving these to according to our age of those. So the ones that are called obsolete, that won't update and allow us to do map testing in the higher level applications, we are going to be diverting those, because when we consider they're not having enough devices, we're saying they're not having enough that we think are as high powered as we need them to be.
But some of the Chromebooks we have are not capable of running the map testing, or you're just not comfortable with that?
We do have some that are not old, that are too old to run the map testing operating system, the update. But we still have nearly 41,000 in the district, and we don't have that many
Sure.
students.
Yeah,
And
sure.
then
We
many
don't-
of our students are using their own devices. So I am certainly wanting to hear from individual schools. So if they're struggling during this period, I am happy to entertain that and help them.
Especially if it's a family that has
Of course.
3 kids and 1 Chromebook.
Yeah.
Of course, if that's a situation, then we certainly, I wonder how they made it through a whole quarter. I'm wondering why I'm hearing it now and I didn't hear it before.
Right.
I can only respond to what I hear about and can control when I'm told it.
Sure.
But that is precisely why I wanted to know, could we not track who's on and who's off with these
They have to
Chromebooks?
they sign them out. We have those documents at the school.
I know, but if they don't have a Chromebook and they're not signing in or they're not coming to school, then we should know that kid's missing.
Right, because each teacher is following them very, very well with whether they're signing into their meets, and in the Google Classroom, you see whether they're submitting assignments.
And-
Right,
and
and
you-
then if they're not, and they have to take attendance, because as a part of engagement is whether they turn assignments in.
Well, you can see how long they're in there, too.
Yes.
Well, and I would just like to throw a comment out as a old retired teacher. The week of December the 14th is the week before Christmas break. Most teachers are not introducing new content during that week before Christmas break. They're either reviewing or they're doing holiday. And so we're not talking about, in K-5 and 6-8, we're not talking about losing new content, because you're not going to teach new content to a student and then send them home for 2 weeks.
Right. One of the things one of the thoughts that come to my mind is just giving our parents some opportunities to make some decisions
I
about their
agree.
families.
I agree.
And then for us to think about the logistics, and then, being able to close up, because our K-5 kids, some of this, what we do for Christmas and the holidays is the best they get as a student going home.
I agree with that, and I would go ahead and say that we all agree that they're best to be in school, but based upon the data and everything else that we're seeing, and a lot of us have received a lot of emails about safety and concerns for students and staff. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to extend our, go back to Plan C effective 12/14, and that run through January 15th, 2021, with the opportunity of them coming back to a Plan A and a Plan B for 6/12 on the 19th of January.
But
Make that motion.
I've got a motion from Ms. Sessoms. Got a second from Mr. Carroll. Any questions?
Question, Christy, what did you say about next week, that a lot of students were going to be out anyway, only the students will be testing or coming in?
So for high school, the only students that would be in the building are those that are taking a state assessment, so an EOC or a CTE exam. And we did that so schools could properly social distance, have small test sites, and clean. So, and teacher-made exams they could do remotely. Only the state assessments must be done in person.
my
Yeah, it's general statute that we give the EOC the last 5 instructional days of the semester, and because it's a standardized test with test security.
So they come in,
have to
and then the teacher-prepared exams, they had already prepared for them to take them at home
For them to
remotely.
be done remotely, yes.
I have no qualms about going to Plan C. I still, though, rest on the fact that is this enough time for the schools to move back into virtual and sustain it for the time that they have left before Christmas? That's, Ms. Gill brought that up. I mean, you're talking about 3 days for parents to get their daycare straight for school-age kids. It's not a lot of time to prepare. But I have no qualms with going to Plan C. I just think, again, we're making a quick decision.
I said, keep the end date the same, extend the January time, and then I know that they referenced the danger, but until that point, that is about the only alternative. You're either going to close it or not close it. Well, I say close it, go remote or go virtual.
I don't think the virus is going to allow
Yeah.
us to wait an extra week.
I understand all that. I just, appreciate the hard work that's going to go into place in the schools, because when they get this message, they got to completely change what they've been doing, and it's going to affect families. But I
Absolutely.
agree, the virus is not waiting.
Absolutely, and in addition to that, I think it's imperative, as we're having these conversations, that we need to have an understanding as a board on how our students are performing. So whether or not they're logging in, whether or not they've never attended a Zoom class, it's important for us to know that now. It's not going to change our decision, but we don't want to lose our generation of kids. I mean, we're getting behind. It's all over the news.
We have, of course, high different because of exams, but
Correct.
we have, I think this is going to be, if we start Monday, it's going to be about 14 and a half days. Was the 21st going to be a half a day if it had been face-to-face? No.
It was, 18th was the last day.
Okay, so, 18. Okay, so we're talking 13 days, something like that. I hadn't added it up. So is it possible for the 13 days of instruction that will take place virtually starting Monday all the way through January, what'd you say?
15th.
19th? Is it possible to find out how many students logged in, how many students were in place in all grades? Is that possible? And maybe we could hear that. Okay.
Yeah, not only whether or not they've logged in, but how are they performing? Like, how many are failing their classes? How many are acing their classes? That data would be nice for us to know.
I think that's something that we can have on our January 12th meeting, Miss Andrews.
We could have that little, it's not going to be a lot of information, but if we could have some of that, just to give us a feel, because I don't know, does the board know from the previous virtual Plan C how well we were logged in and what we were doing? I don't think we do.
Well,
Ms. Gill, I think it's just become available.
no, it should all be there. It's just a matter of pulling it out.
We have the data, but we got this in August. We approved it in the July-August meeting. So then we got everybody learning how to log in. Your login's different when you go through ClassLink. And then what it does is that captures what apps you're using in Google Meets, and Canvas is one of those. But then on the hotspot side, another backup is you're able to see who is using that every day. The other thing, will we have enough map testing back between fall to winter to see growth? Yes. So that's a data point.
It'd just be nice to have that information. I know for the break and the virtual time, it's not going to be a lot of time there, especially if you have to do it by January 12th or whenever the next board meeting is, but it'd just be nice to get a feel for what this
Well,
looks
if
like.
I'm not mistaken, with ClassLink, you've got all your teachers rostered, you got all your schools in there, the kids are using the login, that it should be collecting all the data even though we've not pulled it, correct? Right, so we can go back to the beginning of the school year and see all that data,
Yes.
correct?
We train principals on how to pull data for their schools, and it's based on the programs that the students are using and everything. But the district is not something principals can pull, and that's what Ms. Gill is alluding to. So principals are on top of who's engaged and who's not, and they're reaching out to them. Our social workers are reaching out. Teachers are making phone calls, letters being sent. All of that's happening. But as far as district-wide data, that's what we're referencing, and that we could pull. We can't pull it in an instant.
May I say
And make
this
that
too,
clear.
that I know firsthand that the sixth grade middle school is doing it because my wife's a middle school teacher. And every Wednesday they have these meetings and they go through all of these individuals that may not be logging in, may not be attending this, on their days, whether they're fully remote or they're on the cohort. And that is happening. I agree, Dr. Coates. That is happening because they're bringing that up to the social workers and and to the principals, and they're on top of that information. We just haven't had it as a board, but I can speak from experience hearing that. They are on top of those students who are not logging in. Everybody's all hands on deck. I know the nurses are involved as well, trying to assist. So that information, they're on top of it. It's just that we haven't seen that data, but I've seen it in action firsthand where it's been taking place with a particular school. So I'm pretty sure it's happening everywhere else.
Yes, and just to affirm what Chairman Sutton just said, as I've made my school visits, The principals have been very well informed about who is not engaged, who is not, what their percentage looks like within their school, classrooms, the whole 9 yards. I mean, they know it, they've drilled down, they know who these kids are. They've sent social workers out. Some of the principals have actually made home visits to these students. They're working extremely hard. And, I've talked with many teachers who have had conversations with parents. When that report card went out, that first report card, that was a wake-up call for a lot of parents. And teachers were able to access that data and show that these parents, when those kids were logged on and when they weren't. And so it's a powerful tool, and I know it's being used.
Absolutely. I've seen it firsthand too, but I think it's nice to see it as a district whole.
Yes, sir.
I call the question. We got a motion?
Yes, sir. I agree. I agree. We have a motion and a second to go ahead and go to Plan C effective 12/14 through January 15th, 2021. So at this time, I'll entertain a vote. So all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Mr. Chair, just last thing, if you just send me an email listing all the information you want, I'll make sure that the board gets that.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll call on Ms. Gill for new elementary school furniture.
Good evening again. This is my normal section of the agenda, and I do have 5 items on the agenda, one in which was added during an agenda adjustment that I'll talk about. I brought some handouts for you with those contract cleaning numbers, and we can talk through those when we get to that particular item. So the first item that I have is Board Exhibit 10C1, and it is the furniture bid for the new elementary school. All of this is coming from your bond funding. The school is moving right along. We do have construction of the new elementary school very well underway. We'll need furniture scheduled for the 2020-21 school year. We did receive a total of 6 bids on November 4th. Interior Systems, Inc. of West End, North Carolina was your lowest bidder with a bid of $302,979.40. And then after negotiating, the Operations and Communication Department linked a valued engineer packet in the amount of $302,655. What that basically means is we were able to look at our numbers and scale back a couple of the things that we were going to be ordering that were no longer needed in the plan. So that is your final price, and I do recommend that for approval this evening.
I'll entertain a motion for Interior Systems, Inc. to award the bid to them for our new furniture at our elementary school. Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Carroll. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
The next item is Board Exhibit 10C2, an 800 Chromebook purchase for the opening of the elementary school. The Johnston County Public Schools will again utilize our bond funds to procure the 800 Chromebooks for the opening of Thanksgiving Elementary. You will see the quotes attached. I'm saying Thanksgiving Elementary. It's the Thanksgiving area that has not been named, and that will come to you next month, so please don't misunderstand me on that. The purchase is through Trinity 3, who is an approved vendor. And this is utilizing a competitive bidding group purchasing program. And we would like to recommend through our Operations and Communications Department to purchase these Chromebooks for the new school. This is an imperative purchase because of the backlog. We are still very concerned that we still would not have those here in time, but so we're starting now.
I'll entertain a motion to purchase our Chromebooks for our new elementary school.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Zukowski. Second by Mr. Johnston. Any questions or comments?
Do they have them in stock to send them to you?
No.
So when are they gonna send them to you?
The ones that we have been told, we were first told October for the ones we ordered in July, and now the ones we order this time, we're expecting the same type of backlog. We still do not have the ones from July in. That was 5,800, and that is going on across the state and the nation. They are. They are. We've been told January. I think Mr. Johnston heard February. We'd be glad to see them in January, February.
Any other questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
The next item is Board Exhibit 10C3, the Clayton High School tennis court replacement. They're unplayable at this time because of excessive cracking from failing subgrade. The cracks were patched, but they have quickly returned. Building and Earth, a local geotechnical firm, was hired in June to perform subsurface explorations to determine what type of plan should we be doing, and the explorations found there were poor quality. A total of 2 bids were received. RDU Paving of Raleigh was the lowest bidder with a bid of $287,032.70. With this project, this would be coming out of your the local capital money that we have allotted, and because there are a couple of things that we did from a value engineering standpoint, I think Mr. Moore is there, and I wanted him to come and speak and tell you a little bit about that process, because we had a planned budget for this, and we want to talk to you a little bit about that. So if you could make just a few comments about that, I would be appreciative.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, congrats. New members, congrats as well. Yeah, a couple of items there. The cracks they're not normal cracks, just kind of stress cracks. They're expanding and widening, so that automatically, okay, do we have subgrade issues, take borings. Came back, we had a need of about 1,200 yards to excavate and haul off, which is quite extensive, quite expensive. So I came in with this full depth reclamation option, which is you take concrete and mix in with the top 6 inches of soil, and that kind of bridges and stabilizes that subgrade, very common in DOT work. So that the second bid is in there. There is like 380 something thousand, and that's the excavation price. So obviously the concrete mix and deal saved quite a bit, and got it back to a manageable budget for us to proceed with this project.
I appreciate you looking into that, Brooks. I had an opportunity to visit these courts, and I don't think they can put 2 together and make one to be playable on. And some of them look like volcanoes are coming out of them, the way they're cracking and just pushing up. So it is definitely needed. And I believe their men's team is 2-time defending state champions, and they can't even play on their home courts.
Complete redo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Plus, Mr. Chairman, another benefit of having an engineer.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to bring that to the board for approval this evening as well.
I'll entertain a motion to accept RDU Paving to assist us with the Clayton High School tennis courts.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnston, second by Mr. Wooten. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0.
The next item is Board Exhibit 10C4, Wilson's Mills Primary Building Roof Replacement. This is again a bond project from 2018. This is to put a new metal roof on top of the existing roof. And this was originally budgeted to be a year 3 bond project on our timeline. And did we give them a bond timeline this time? Okay. But in our January, we will. We have, especially for our 2 new members, we do have a four-year plan of how each of these projects are rolled out, and as the bonds are sold, how those are budgeted along the way. And then, of course, from project to project, you're building you have contingency funds in there, and whether the projects are coming in low or high, we are managing those pieces. However, this particular roof was becoming such a problem and so badly beyond repair that Brooks went to our folks at the county manager's office, and you know Miss Martha works with us on our bond stuff, and they agreed to go ahead and let us proceed with that, because I think there was money that was still there that the other group had not used. No, we just had it.
They're going to front the
Okay. Okay, and then take it back out of the bond. Okay. So we feel strongly that we need to go ahead and replace this roof. The total of bids that were received was 6, and you will see that Southern Metal Systems of Wendell was our lowest bidder, with a total bid of $522,500, and we do recommend to approve that. When would that start, Mr. Moore? In March, okay. So I bring that to you for approval.
I'd entertain a motion to accept Southern Metal Systems to assist us with the roof replacement at Wilson Mills.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Carroll, second by Mr. Johnston. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And the final item was our budget adjustment items to speak to some of our cleaning situations. So I'm going to give you 2 documents that we are operating off of currently. Dr. Bracy has shared that with him earlier. And then last month, I shared with you all, and I need to share that with our 2 new members, an ongoing document, and I'm going to give you a copy of it, that shows exactly what we do each day with our custodians, our floaters, our bus drivers who are helping clean, and our school nutrition folks who are helping us clean. So the second document that you'll see in here is us requesting informal bids for what would be the price if we went with contract cleaning services. We reached out to 6 companies, and I'll talk through exactly how we went about that process.
Oh, so.
If we could start with the back page before the front page. I'm sorry I put it that way, once we get all of our copies. But you should have this in a Google Doc. I'm happy to reshare because this is constantly revised. The back sheet is our custodial assistance and school nutrition plan. And basically, what this is we've adjusted it today to make it simpler to look at. You'll see the school name. You'll see the number of regular allotments they have. You'll see who is out, whether it's from just a vacancy or whether it's a medical situation that they're out temporarily. Then you'll see our action plan, how many temps we're using, floaters we're using, and then you'll see our additional help. And how we get the additional help is on Wednesdays in our Plan B schools, we have school nutrition folks who need work to do, and they come in and clean. We also have bus driver onlys who have hours that they need to make up as well. And you'll see that we have just gone through and we've placed those folks in certain schools according to their distance to their afternoon route that they have. So this will give you a play-by-play. If you see an F, that's a floater. We have 7 floaters, and they're used for just ongoing issues. And to be honest, they've been used for quarantine. We have 7 of them, but 3 of them are out on quarantine themselves right now, but they'll float back in about 10 days. If you see GS spray, that means my guys in general services are going in the early AM or late at night, and they are spraying that school for the custodial staff. If you see custodial overtime, anywhere that there is a vacancy, Mr. Britt has given the approval for custodians to, when they're having to drive a bus, they can come back and get overtime, or they can get overtime if they're having to finish up any cleaning. Then you'll also see that where there are temps, where we're still looking for temps, and where we have. So from an overall picture, we have 29 vacancies, 4 medicals, and at this particular time, as of this afternoon, we have 25 temps placed, and we are still looking for 5 more temps. I will also say that we put out on social media today a reach out from Mitchell's core staff and from us saying, we're looking for folks who either want to work temporarily. If you want to work temporarily to help us clean, please go to these agencies, and we could use your help. And then also letting them know the link to be able to apply for positions that are just regular standalone positions within our county. So this is kind of our evolving plan from a Google Doc standpoint. As we get new temps in, we are changing this every day, but this is the one from this afternoon. And then we reached out to the companies that you see here, and what we did, we gave them some parameters of what we thought that we needed. We first needed them to be considering 3.5 to 4 hours daily. We wanted them to come every day, and we wanted them to do restrooms, trash, vacuuming, sweeping, and we wanted them to do the electrostatic spraying, and we wanted them to have all of the chemicals on their own and their own people, and to be turnkey. So this would be no involvement from us, just coming in, doing everything that we asked them to do, and doing that daily. And you'll see who submitted bids and who did not, and you'll see what the price was. We provided those schools with their square footage of the school, and then if they requested, which we had a couple who did, we went to one of the sites and let them see the facility so they could see what they were signing up for. We had a couple that just said they just could not handle it, and we had a couple who initially thought they could handle it and then realized industrial contract cleaning in a school, it is hard work, and we weren't even asking them to do the buffing machines and the waxing, but you know, our schools are massive. So these are the numbers that we have currently. This is per school, and this is a monthly cost. So if we have 22 elementary schools, so this was for one elementary school for 1 month, and you'll see the differences there. I bring that to you as an information item because of the because it was hard to know how to move forward with this because of the pricing piece and the point we were. We're happy to get much more formalized if we need to. I was much more encouraged today when we sat down and really got down to the brass tacks of the number of temps that we actually had who was here. And they've been adjusting some back and forth. But if you go back and look, you know, we've got the 29 vacancies, the 4 medicals. Some of the medicals will start coming back in January, February. And then we have the 25 temps, and we've asked for 5 more. Now, we can continue to get as many temps as they'll send our way. We still have the school nutrition folks and the bus driver folks who are assisting us. And I'm going to tell you, we all know, I can say it all day long, these folks that are in our schools are doing a tremendous job, and they're just taking the job so very seriously. We've had a couple folks who have moved into head custodian positions. So what I gave you last month is not the same, because I know I've got 2 that moved to head custodians. So this is where we sit today. I can't sit here and say that every situation that a custodian, that when I say that it looks okay, I know when you're that custodian sitting there every day, it's still very, very challenging work. But from a cost efficiency situation, I'd like to continue to work very diligently with the temps, just because I was a little bit uncertain of the direction. But if Finance Committee wants me to explore other other situations with contract cleaning, I'm happy to do so, and other variables. So these were the variables we put out to get the pricing.
Thank you for this information. I would ask that the Finance Committee be involved in seeing what avenue we need to take. I, too, have visited a lot of my liaison schools, and one in particular, you know, it's very trying with temps because they just don't show back up and things of that nature. So we're doing the best we can to try to get the temps here, but then they're not staying because they see what kind of work is involved. But I would say, Mr. Wooten and your group, to take a look at this and get with Mr. Britt and see what avenues we might want to explore and try to accommodate our custodial staff to increase the amount of workforce that we have so that we can take this load off of the principals and teachers in the classroom and in the school buildings, because I know of some that, you know, they're all pitching in and they're all doing a great job, but it's just an extra duty for them on a daily basis. So if we could take that off of them.
And just,
I would ask if you would, it would help us out if you would just give us what we're paying on temps per month.
Mr. Britt, this is what we're paying.
Okay.
Mr. Britt, are
that'll
you
help
out
us too.
there?
Ms. Rooney, if I heard the question correctly, I think the question was how much are we paying temps per month? It's a per hour amount. I believe it was right around $15 per hour.
Okay.
So it's pretty close to.
Well, I just want to, the Finance Committee, I want to know the total cost of the temps per month, so we compare to contracting versus using temps.
Right, and temps are gonna come and go, but if you have a contract with Jana King, or any other of these cleaning services, they're going to send someone. There will not be someone just not showing up. They will send people to clean the building and do what they say they're gonna do because they're a nationwide company bound by contract. Now, with that being said, what I would like to do is, well, I would hope someone would meet with Jana King to see, but obviously, based on the prices, Jana King would be a viable option, I think. But if you look at that,
That is per school, though.
right, it is per school, but what I would like to see is on a rotational basis where, okay, you know, Monday, your squad's gonna be at Smithfield Middle. Tuesday, we're gonna be at South Smithfield Elementary. Then we're gonna roll to Selma, and then we're gonna roll to Clayton. So then we can hit the rotation. Then that way, if we have a certain number of contracts, let's just say we have a contract for the Smithfield Selma area feeder pattern where they can go in and hit that whole feeder pattern, give those custodians a break at least one day, you know, and we could kind of stretch that out. And I get it, $12,800 adds up, but so does $15 an hour. That adds up too, especially when you're not getting the quality of the service. And we've got CARES Act money. The best way to spend that is alleviate some of this burden that we have. So I know
And not every school might not need it.
Exactly.
So you might alleviate a lot
Yeah,
of schools.
exactly.
Just the schools that need it.
This would be an important piece because that takes away the teacher having to clean the classroom. That takes away a principal walking around with a sprayer, which I've had the opportunity to do, which is a fairly neat little concept. I wish I had that when my dad was working me to death as a kid. But whenever you look at these prices, that's not a bad price to implement something that could really help our staff. And yeah, I really think we need to move on this sooner rather than later. And when sooner being January, since the vote has been passed that we're going to do the remote thing for a period of time. But this goes back to that framework. Let's get a sustainable framework. And I think this is an intricate part of that sustainable framework to alleviate the pressure off the custodians. So Mike, who else is on the Finance Committee now? Kay and Lynn?
Yeah, Lynn and Tracy.
Yeah. Oh, Tracy? Well, let's do this. Let's get together, set a date. Let's make this work. I mean, again, $12,800 is $12,800, but I mean, it's not a lot when you look at giving our employees peace of mind. So let's do this.
We'll get a date set.
I would think we get a date set and then this come back as an action item on our January 12th board meeting for us to see if it makes sense. You know, it is $12,800 a month is a lot of money, but they're taking that from elementary, middle, and high, so it's no different in the price. And obviously, some of our schools, high schools, are a lot bigger than some of our elementary. So I appreciate them giving us a across the board price, and we can rotate it around. So I would charge the finance committee to have a date, really sit down and look at this and bring it back to us in the January meeting.
Well, and this will, I mean, I know it sounds strange, but this can boost our student performance, because when teachers are not cleaning their rooms and they're not wiping everything down, they can be doing lesson planning, or they can be providing feedback to students.
I agree. So thank you for the information, Ms. Gill, and look forward to hearing from the finance committee and in the January meeting. At this time, let's take a 5-minute break before Mr. Britt takes over. Mr. Britt, thank you for joining us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Board members, Dr. Bracy. So presented for your consideration tonight is our second budget amendment of the fiscal year. So my plan was to address the negative first to get that out of the way, because there's a whole lot of positive I would love to discuss with you tonight. The negative, which Mr. Johnston mentioned earlier, is that we had a reversion of state funds that is related to charter school growth. So each year, the state reallocates funds or adjusts funds based on the number of students that both charter schools and local education agencies, LEAs, have. And so this year, the reversion was a little bit larger than I had anticipated. The total reversion was $1,092,000 that we reverted of funds that we were previously budgeted and was reverted back to the state. So if you recall, we were held harmless on our ADM reversion, which was fantastic, because that would have dwarfed this number substantially had we had a reversion on ADM. But we did still have a little bit larger reversion based on the charter school number. So that's our negative. We're still okay. We're not in a bad place because we had some very positive things to come about recently. The best thing that we had was right before Thanksgiving, Dr. Bracy called me real quick and said, Stephen, I need you to jump on this call. We're just learning about some flexibility in our CARES Act funding. And so as it turns out, and we've been learning more and more about that flexibility since that has come to light, is that we now have the ability to transfer money between our individual PRCs or programs with CARES Act. And so the reason why that came about is LEAs were pushing back, or school districts were pushing back to the state saying, we can't spend this money that you've given us. We appreciate the money, but we can't spend it by December 30th because there's too many rules, there's too many restrictions in there. I'll give you a prime example of one of the well-intentioned pots of money that we had, or still have, but we just can't get the service completed and the checks written by December 30th, and that was for additional nursing services. So the state gave us a pot of money to expand our nursing program between July 1 and December of this year. The problem is it's tough to find nurses at this time, and so our Dr. Allen has been able to locate nurses and has been talking with me about how can we use it now. And I'm saying, well, by the time you get them in the school, get invoices, and get the checks written, it's going to be well after January. And so that has occurred all across the state. And so I think the state has heard. I don't know who to thank for this flexibility, but somebody heard our cries. And then right about Thanksgiving, we were given that permission to start moving money. And that's pretty huge for us because we still had about $3.4 million that was not encumbered as of Thanksgiving. And so by being able to move this money around, we've got a lot of opportunities that have opened up to us. And so that really kind of is a game changer for us in what we can do. So we are basically able to reset a lot of our CARES Act funding that it will expire in September of 2022. So there's two pots of money. We got some that expire this month, and then some that we've got a lot of time on our hands left to go. So we're able to take costs that are in that pot of money, shift them over now to this pot of money that's expiring, and that buys us more time to use our large pot of money, our primary CARES Act funding. So that was another part. Another piece that we heard loud and clear for the board was, is there any way to help employees? So is there any way to help our staff that have put in enormous amount of hours? And it appears that there may be a way to make that happen. And so that's one thing that's kind of new. It's hot off the press for tonight. We have been working very diligently with the North Carolina, I want to say this right, North Carolina Pandemic Recovery Office and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction on what are some options that we have available to us. And one of those options I have for you tonight to consider. If it's, Mr. Sutton, if it's okay if I pass this around.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, bro.
The second part of money for CARES Act is PRC 163, and we have all the way to 2022, September of 2022, to fully spend that. So the pot of money we have that we can spend by December 30th, we have, like I said, we have about 3.4 million that was that we did not have a plan to spend by December 30th. Well, one of the things that we could do is to offer employees a stipend, kind of similar to what you've heard other districts do. And the proposal that you have before you is to be able to offer all employees a $400 stipend. That would be paid this month. My payroll staff would be rushing to get this done, but they've assured me that they can make it happen. It is worded in a very specific way. If you notice this, how this phrasing comes about, it is it's very specific. You know, so it's written in a way to meet the requirements of the CARES Act. And so we've worked closely with NC Pro and the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction to make sure that this is fully in compliance. And so it is a stipend for extra pay, and we would like to offer it to all employees. Not we can't pay for the whole thing out of CARES Act because not all employees would qualify. So there would have to be a local component that would go with it. So of that, the total cost of this stipend would be about $2.2 million. Of that $2.2 million, somewhere between 1.6 and 1.9 million would be funded by CARES Act. And so I don't have an exact number because we got to really drill down and get right to the employee level to make sure that what they have been doing qualifies in that regard. And so what we could do is then make up the difference. If we have employees that didn't qualify, didn't meet the requirements of the CARES Act, we could still offer them that stipend. We would just make up for it with local funds. And so how we're able to make all of this happen, if the board agrees, is because, like I was saying, we had that 3.4 million. We moved 1.7 million of expenses out of other funding sources, about $1 million out of PRC 163, which we just discussed, but also about 700,000 out of eligible expenses that we had in local funds. And so that freed up local money that the board could then reallocate as it chooses. And so I feel like there's a way that we could make this happen and pay a stipend and get it out to all employees.
I love it.
This is so exciting. Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm calling it a stipend just to keep it simple, but it really depends on the employee. And and this might get a little too in depth for what you care about. Some employees, it might be considered a hazard pay. Some employees, it's a curriculum pay. The largest piece is a curriculum supplement or curriculum stipend pay. That's right. And so that would be for your certified staff and your teacher assistants. Correct. So the simplest way to look at it is everybody's covered. As long as you're a full-time employee, you're on payroll in December, we've got a way to get you covered, to get you the $400. It is going to require a little work on part of the schools as far as documenting, because we have to document this really well based on our conversations we've had with the North Carolina Pandemic Recovery Office, trying to get that name right. But I feel like this is a way that we could make that happen at Johnston.
Does that office govern the expenditures of this money, or is this?
Yes. Yes, so they are the ones that are.
They oversee the expenditures.
They oversee the process.
And Mr. Britt, I think a lot of us believe you're the greatest finance officer in the state.
Right.
But I think you've probably got about 5,000 employees that are going to feel the same way after this meeting. So thank you, Mr. Britt.
This isn't me. I would love to
Man,
take
take some credit sometime, Britt. Take some
Well,
credit, bro.
The state.
This is such a nice gesture because our employees have been doing more than double time. They are absolutely exhausted. They are true frontline workers. I wish we could pay them a lot more, but thank you for making something happen. And if you happen to come across another tree of money somewhere, I hope that we can also compensate our substitutes because I know in talking with Mr. Vetrano last week, we have a core number of substitutes that are absolutely rocking it. I mean, they are jumping in and for all of these medical accommodations as well as quarantine. And they're jumping from school to school on a daily basis. So if you find another money tree.
Is it possible to raise their pay?
That, if the board chose to do so, that would be my favorite way to do it. Would be,
I think what we can do is bring that up, but definitely is a great idea. January 12th, let's have that on our agenda, how that would affect us financially. Again, the finance committee being involved with that, but also on your recommendation, if we could increase the substitute pay to offset their hard work. I mean, because without them, we wouldn't be as far as we are right now. And Mr. Britt brought this to my attention yesterday afternoon. I met with him and Dr. Bracy, and I just want to thank them for going above and beyond the call of duty because sometimes when you get this opportunity to spend this money, people would jump at let's go ahead and spend it. But they went the extra mile to get confirmation in writing that this money was going to be taken care of from these entities that he's talked about so that we as a board we're not going to be holding the bag for the $2.2 million. He went back and forth on emails with these individuals and then got confirmation from them that, yes, it is good to go. So thank you, Mr. Britt, for doing that and putting this plan together and making sure all of our employees are who are full-time employees are taken care of. And I believe you said this would go out on the 15th. Is that correct?
We were hoping for the 15th, but working with the payroll staff, I just don't think we're going to make that date. I wish we could, but it's looking more like the 21st or 22nd. We could still get it before Christmas, but I don't think we're going to make it.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Can you tell me again where the money's coming? What's coming from where?
So we've got somewhere around 1.7 million-ish in that ballpark, and that's to be determined, to be exact, because the cost of the whole program would be 2.2 million. Yes, sir. We'll say roughly 1.7, although that's going to vary somewhat in either direction. Would be, and then somewhere around 600,000, and that would also vary a little bit in each direction. There are some folks in here that I still got to get a little bit more clarification. But some of what we have here, we will end up paying with our PRC 163 CARES Act, which we have more time on. So,
what was your net gain in conversions and we talked about workman's comp and those type. Have you got a figure for that yet? What it's going to save us?
We shocked our insurance provider with how much money that we have. How much progress we've already made on our workers' comp piece, and my estimate is somewhere around $300,000 to $400,000.
They're not happy because they got to give us a refund.
Right.
So, the 600,000 you coming out of your local budget.
Yes, sir.
Or you're telling us we're good to go with this one time?
Yes, this would definitely be a one-time stipend, a one-time payment. We have that because I'm able to take about 700 and some thousand out of of expenses that are eligible to be paid with CARES Act funding. We're able to take that out of local, and I'm calling it local. Really, it's state, but we're basically taking a big spoon and we're mixing this budget up quite a bit. And so,
I'm far behind on CARES money. but we got a lot of CARES money coming in here, and we're spending it, we're replacing it, and all this stuff.
Right.
How is that affecting our fund balance that we hear is still growing?
So we have to be careful not to, we're not allowed to replace revenue with CARES Act funding. So we have to be real cautious in how we spend it. And that was one thing we had to be extremely careful with how this was worded and how we were going to utilize our money here. So it has an impact on fund balance because there are some things that are new this year that we're able to pay for with CARES Act money, but we're not able to pay. Like if it was an expense already budgeted and already planned for this year, we can't take that expense and put it into CARES Act money because that would be considered supplanting. Exactly. So we have to be real cautious in what we do, but we're able to save in other areas. Like for example, we've got a lot of savings in bus fuel. We've got a little bit of savings, although not as much as I thought we would have, in utilities. Substitute costs are down for the year. I ran those numbers real quick when I heard you talking earlier, but our sub costs are down for the year. So there's savings
That we gave
in November.
Is that built in now to our general fund as a reoccurring expense and is covered
Yes.
in our allocation?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Are we, and I may be jumping your gun, are we paying, are we hiring, you mentioned nurses out of CARES Act. Are we hiring individuals with CARES Act money?
We have not hired any permanent employees with CARES Act money. If I don't,
That would not be the intention, correct?
Correct.
Because you
then the
couldn't
money-
sustain it.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Yep. That's right. Yep, so this would be, I think, if I don't want to speak for Dr. Allen, but I think on the nursing side, it would be retired nurses potentially coming back in to
Or
work part-time.
temporary help, a part-time,
Temporary,
okay.
And then she's also looking at, that's right, and I think she's also looking at contracted services, so.
Just
Question on health services pay.
Yes, sir.
While we're going 80 hours, is there a reason we had to do it that way?
I'm thinking we can consider that hazard pay. So that's kind of reason why that's coded that way. So it still nets to $400, but looking through the allotment policy manuals and reading some of the manuals associated with that, I feel like that we may be able to code to BRC 163 CARES Act money and consider that hazard pay, but that's really to be determined. I haven't quite got that far, that deep into it.
Knock the hours down in case something like this comes up again? $10 at 40 hours.
Yeah, I think I did it to keep the total pay. In fact, I know I did. I couldn't pay greater than the salary schedule allowed with the state salary schedule. So if you go on to DPI's website and you look up salary schedules, and there's a whole bunch of grades and different pay for people, you can't exceed that maximum for that and use state or federal money. You can exceed it if you use local, but that doesn't help us in this regard. No, I think you were mentioning like pay $10 an hour more for a shorter period of time.
I was just looking at, it's $5 an hour for a maximum of 80 hours for health services, all the custodians, school nutrition, bus drivers, $10 for 40 hours.
Yeah, I think my goal with that was if their hourly rate exceeded what we were allowed to pay on that state salary schedule, I wouldn't be able to use state or federal funds to pay them. So I have to keep them under that maximum on there. And that.
We're only $10 an hour on somebody for.
No, this is extra pay. So this is an extra $5 an hour in addition to what their current pay is. Okay. So if they make $15 an hour, this would bump them up to $20 an hour for that time frame for those for that 80 hours. Yeah, I wasn't very clear on that. I apologize.
Mr. Wooten, Mr. Chair, if I may. Another group that Stephen and I would like to address in a future Finance Committee meeting is bus driver pay.
Absolutely.
So if we could add that to the agenda of the next meeting.
I think we need to look at substitute and bus driver pay.
I agree.
I mean,
Agreed.
we'll put that on the Finance Committee agenda too.
Absolutely. And also, what Stephen and I like to give board, we've worked for two together. We like to give the board a board report. We call this document a board report where you look, it's listed by various PRCs, and you look to the far right, the percent spent since July 1. Full transparency, any PRC, any questions, just send us an email.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. That one.
Could you, Dr. Bracy, could you, or Mr. Britt, could you, y'all provide the finance committee with surrounding district pay for bus drivers and substitute teachers?
We can do that, absolutely. When you say
Just so-
surrounding, everybody we
Well-
touch or everybody our
Well,
size?
surrounding and other districts our size.
Certainly, we can do that.
So, Mr. Britt, I believe this is we need to entertain an approval from the board for this $400 stipend for all of our employees. So I would entertain a motion to give a one-time $400 stipend to all of our employees to be paid out before the end of December.
So moved.
Wow.
Second.
Yeah. I got Ms. Sessoms and Mr. Johnston for motion and second. I think the whole board would like to jump on that one. So at this time, I'll entertain a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for your hard work on that. And Mr. Britt, I know also you might have an update for athletics. Is that correct?
Yes, so one concern that's been brought to my attention is how are we going to have an athletic season this year? It's, we're not going to have the level of gate proceeds that we would normally have. In a normal year, athletics is predominantly funded by our boosters and by gate proceeds. That's our two big revenue sources, and one of those two big revenue sources is going to be substantially cut this year. Looking at what some other districts have done, they have put a flat dollar amount into it. My concern with recommending a flat dollar amount into athletics is that we don't really know what our season is going to be like. We don't really know what their costs are going to be. If I might just be so bold as to make a recommendation, I would prefer to cover certain costs for athletics. So it would require a budget amendment at some point to do that. But if I get some guidance from the board that says, the board agrees that that you want to support athletics this year or help support athletics this year, then we can start doing the math on our side to see what that would look like. So
I think it's very important for us to give that guidance back to our high schools. They're taking extra buses due to the pandemic and so forth. And, I agree, we can't do a flat fee, but what we can do is make sure we take care of the essentials for them I'm aware of a booster club that is scraping to make sure that they take care of the needs at their high school, and I'm sure it's across the county. It's not just at one, and they're doing anything and everything they can to assist. And we appreciate the booster clubs doing everything they can to assist us, because without them we wouldn't be able to have some of these athletic teams. But I definitely agree. It's something that we really need to do, and make sure that we let them know that we're going to support them any way we can from a financial standpoint.
I think their biggest expense is their bus fuel expense.
Their fuel, they're traveling on those
The way
buses.
it's calculated, it's a big expense for them. So anything that we can do as a total board to support our athletic programs is vital that we do so. So I think we would all 100% agree for you to look into that.
Will do.
And Mr. Britt, before you run away.
Got to vote on the budget amendment too.
Yes. Classified employees, with this calendar amendment, will they continue to be paid?
Yes, that's a very good point, and I'm glad you mentioned that. So it would be very similar to what we had earlier in the school year, where we'll have essential employees. So there are certain employees that we just can't work remotely. That's going to be your custodians. It's going to be your bus drivers. In that case, they would need to report to work and work their hours. So they would need to work with their supervisors and principals and directors to do that. And if I misspeak, Dr. Bracy, feel free, please jump in. But the plan would be everyone still gets paid. Nobody is going to lose money or lose pay. But unlike last fiscal year, so last calendar year, where the state forgave time, where state said you don't have to come to work, you can stay home, we're going to pay you, we're going to make sure you're paid. We don't have that flexibility this year. So this year, in order for me to legally pay everyone has to work. Everyone has to, they can work an alternate assignment. They don't have to work, they don't have to be a bus driver and work the bus time. They could come in and do alternate assignments at their schools.
Just like they did back in the fall?
Just like they did in the fall. Yes,
Okay, great. And then child nutrition, are they going to continue the feeding program?
I have not spoken with Miss Edwards on that, the child nutrition director, but I would imagine, I don't want to speak for her, but I would imagine that would be the plan, to continue meals.
Can y'all check on that? Would that start next week?
Yes. You follow up with her, Mr. Britton. I'll send the board in my Friday update the information on that.
I would imagine they still get free meals.
Right, but that there was a process of getting those out.
Sure, absolutely.
And that would have to ramp back up next week.
Sure, absolutely.
That waiver, was that extended through June 30?
Yes, sir.
I think it was.
We have this entire school year.
Thank you, Ms. Brent.
Okay, we need to vote on Budget Amendment 2 while Mr. Britt is here as well. So I'll entertain a motion for Budget Amendment 2 to be approved.
So moved.
Second.
By Mr. Wooten, second by Ms. Zukowski. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Britt.
Thank you.
We were planning to start, we have about 5,000 families who have signed up for holiday meal kits. And the way we were going to do that is we were going to pack them on Tuesday, all of our department, for any families, 7 days worth of meals. So what we're planning to do during the holiday time, during that 2 weeks, was next week they'll pick up, all those families will pick up 7 days worth of packaged meals so that they can have breakfast and lunch. And those are reimbursable through the summer feeding program type situation. Then they would have their holiday time off. And then the only question I'll need to do is talk about what will happen when during that January 4th, whenever the typical time they would come back to the 15th, whether they're going to go back and start that up again and which sites they would do. So I did want to let you know that we would have coverage for that 2 weeks for our families in a 7-day type of holiday meal kit that we put out, and we're going to be packing about 5,400. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Lady Vice Chair Terry Sessoms, members of the board, Dr. Bracy, and Mr. Sue. It is great to see each of you this evening, and welcome to Ms. Andrews and Mr. Carroll. I just want to kind of set the tone for our dropout report tonight and just share with you that amidst the global calamity, of course, that being the pandemic, that this department has a message of assurance for you. Now, it's not a news flash because the work that requires us to search for and retain students didn't begin when COVID hit. We know that. It just brought the work that our professionals do to the forefront. So thanks to our Information Services Department, which is responsible for attendance coding and data gathering, we know that before Thanksgiving, 92% of our students were attending school. But where does that leave the other 8%, or nearly 3,000 students who seem to be missing? Our student services professionals work collaboratively with teachers and principals to find and re-engage students. This pandemic has shown a light on the work that they have already been doing. When I was young in my career and working for a Virginia school system, I hired a high school intern for our communications office. Now, it didn't take me long to realize that if she wasn't an emancipated minor, she certainly walked through this world like one. So we wrapped our arms around this young woman to ensure that she stayed engaged and present. She graduated from high school, college, married her high school sweetheart, and they now have 3 children. And this is what our nurses, counselors, student advocates, school social workers, and the student services team here does. They're observant, they're determined, and they're undaunted by the needle in a haystack challenges they face to find students. Here in the Johnston County Public Schools, there's the story of the young woman who shared with her student advocate how challenging it is to look after her young siblings when her cohort is not face-to-face. And that same student advocate who is concerned about high-stakes testing and how that could affect youth like this student. But still, these professionals persevere, they push through, and they put their advocacy skills to work. Then there's the middle school student who went missing, and after the state reporting time had passed, due to one of our school social workers' determination not to give up and to follow any and all leads, found her in a human trafficking situation that law enforcement was able to address. This is your assurance that we never give up. From nurses to school advocates, student advocates, to school social workers, to counselors, they leave no stone unturned to ensure safety and success for our students. So when Dr. Allen brings you our annual dropout report, which we wish could be a big fat 0, please know that these are examples of the stories behind the numbers. Our numbers are hopeful this year, but with a caveat, and she's going to share that with you. But whatever those numbers are, just know that the story is written by teamwork. Here's Dr. Allen.
Tone to be set. I don't think that I could set the stage like that. I appreciate that and really telling the story, because those are the stories that I think of when I sit down. I'm like, oh, I should have said. And oh, I don't know how many of you do that, but I do that all the time. So I wanted to bring you the data from last school year tonight, and let me make sure my clicker works. Okay, good. Before we get into it, I think it's really important when we're talking about state reporting what the definition of a dropout actually is. And this is any student who leaves school for any reason before graduation or completion of a state-approved educational program without transferring to another school, such as another public school district, private, or homeschool. So none of those students are accounted for in this. And you'll also see that this is all on students who are coming from our high school areas. We don't have in these numbers, or the state numbers that are presented, numbers from middle school students, such as the one that Ms. Roberts was referencing. This is our dropout rate, and you see that there's a to be announced for North Carolina's dropout rate. These numbers are technically tentative. Like, we know all of these children, and we've, done all of the work behind this, but the state is still working out if there are any students who are unaccounted for that may need to be shifted around, and that's why the number doesn't actually report out from the state until typically March. So we will get that number from them later on. Here are our actual numbers. And you'll see that you've got the 5-year comparison. And if you look at a glance of the journey that we've taken at the bottom, we were on a road to decreasing down to the 2017-2018 school year. And if you'll remember, during that time, we did a lot of flexibility with our learning, with choice hubs and online learning, and lots and lots of flexibility. So we had a lot of different options for our students to be finishing up their school during that time. And the year after that, when there was a change, it didn't bode so well for some students who needed to go to work and had gotten very accustomed to going to work, and then we changed the way that they needed to have their education. And really, in a grand scheme of things, like if you're looking at across the state data, our number still looked really good. But that's one of the reasons that we did see a jump last year. And now if I take you to this year, we see that that number has significantly declined, which of course I'm immensely proud of all of the individuals that we have in our department who have reached out to students to keep them connected. And now we've had the wonderful opportunity to pull back in some students who have counted against us as a dropout in previous years because they can come back virtually and they love that. So this is a wonderful number, but I do want to make sure that you are fully aware that much of this is because of that virtual flexibility and because of our grading at the end of last year, because there would have been some students who might not have chosen to continue with us had they had more, non-pandemic time grading practices at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. For the rest of the slides, we're going to go through the dropout data by category. And you can all look at data. I don't want to analyze it, and you can interpret it how you choose to, but the numbers are here for you to see. The number of English language learners who were in that 126 from this year, our exceptional children, our academically and intellectually gifted. And then you can see the ratio broken down of how many male versus female students this accounts for. And just a note, because I didn't leave comparative data on here, that is parallel our male-female breakdown to what it was last year. It's really similar numbers in terms of percentages. Mm-hmm.
There's 70 students difference between when you take out the ELL, EC, and academic. So what are the 70? Are they just not identified anything?
So this is, you might have a student who falls in multiple categories. Like for example, one student was EC and AIG. So it's not necessarily, it's just how many students were served by those programs towards the end of their career with us.
Right, but that number, those three categories add up to 56 students. I understand they could be in more than one category. Mm-hmm. So there's a difference of, what is that, 70?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So the 70 are just your average students, weren't identified anything, just...
Yes, the only thing I'll add to that is that some of those 70 students, and you'll see in our demographic data that we get to, they could have been students who were English language learners, but did so well that they exited the program. Mm-hmm.
Or exceptional children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very much so.
Right. Okay.
So speaking of exceptional children's program, I think it's important to put into context what disabilities those who were in that category it broke down to. And you'll see that over half were learning disability was their category. And then there's other health impairment, which can be a myriad of things, including, ranging from ADHD to speech or hearing, well, actually not speech, sorry, but hearing disability. And then you've got autism, emotional disability, and intellectually disabled. And then on the next few charts, you're going to see 3 sets of data because I wanted you to see where our trends were by grade and in these different categories over the past 3 years. So yellow is the color of the current year, and you'll see that it's down across the board, more leveled out than last year. And we discussed last year that 10th grade is a harder grade to get past in terms of the requirements you have to pass to be promoted. So that's one of the reasons why that spiked up so high last year for us. And then here you see our dropout data by age. And like I said before, these are all students who made it to the high school point. So even though this year we have a 14-year-old, whereas we didn't previously, and you're not legally allowed to drop out at 14 or 15, but if they are, if we are not able to get them back in school, we do follow up and pay attention to them and make sure that we are alerting the appropriate people who need to know that they're not coming to school. Here are our numbers by race and ethnicity. And this gives you a little bit of a story, but I feel like it always is a more clear picture when you can see it on this next slide, because this is in comparison by percentage to our total population. So the blue bars are the percentages of students that we have in each racial or ethnic category. And then the red are the percentages just from our dropouts from last year. So while we are somewhat mirroring those trends, there's still a disproportionate number of Black and Hispanic students and multiracial students who are in our dropouts, whereas there's a much lower number of our white students. And even though it's not like I want another number to be higher, we want them to be proportional because that would be a better representation of.
Can you go back to that last slide about ethnicity? Thanks. Was there one before that about ethnicity?
I believe this was the first one.
I apologize. All right, so there's 2 forward on race and ethnicity. Oh, thank you. Got it.
And then this is not the best chart, but I wanted you to have comparison of the dropout reasons that we put in. We have to put in codes every year for why a student dropped out. So we do the best, to the best of our ability, the code that we felt best matched the obstacle that they were unable to overcome to remain in school. And it's somewhat unfair because many times students could have 3 of these reasons checked. Like there are lots of different things that may be a barrier for what the student is going through at the time that they choose that school is not the way that they want to end their educational career at the time, or public school at least. So this is just comparison to last year, this year being in red, but then this next one is a more clear depiction of the reasons that, I don't know why I'm pointing over there. Actually, I don't know where I should be pointing. Okay, so the reasons for dropout are here in this pie chart, and you'll see we've got a large number of students who have chosen, or it wasn't a choice, it was something that they had to do, with stopping school to work. And then, of course, we've got a large number of students where we had the code lack of engagement and unstable home life. And the lack of engagement, we frequently get the question of, okay, what is that even defined as, right? It's one that we actually try to avoid using because it's not very descriptive. It's quite subjective.
So if they moved, it's considered a dropout for us?
If they moved and don't enroll somewhere else.
Okay.
We're unable to find them.
Well, even if we find them, like, let's say somebody moves to Texas, but they choose not to enroll, even though they're not even in our school district, it does, yeah. Right. There's nothing to do about the percentage who has moved other than, make sure they're safe where they are. But that lack of engagement, last year, because we were able to shore up practices for our 2018-2019 in terms of having a bit of a closer connection with all of our students, just because of connection with now, the world shutting down for a little while. Lack of engagement meant there were no other barriers in your life. You were really choosing just to not engage with school. That's what it meant last year for us. But this year, it could mean a little bit more than that. It could mean that you have just decided you're not going to answer our calls, you're not going to do all these other things, and then there's not much you can do during a pandemic, and home visits are scarce.
When you talk about unstable home, are you talking about transit? They may not be living in the same home, or maybe they're living with a older brother rather than parents? Or?
That would be the category that goes into. This could also be that the home conditions are such that it is so unstable, it's really preventing them from remaining a student. Lots of different stuff in that one.
Rolling in the community college goes against a dropout for us. Does that continue to do that? Yeah, it has in the past. Yep.
Depending on what program they're enrolled in, it may support us on our graduation cohorts if they complete the program, depending on what it is, but it does count against us for this. So there are some situations, and this is probably not the right time to talk about this, but if it's the best choice for a student and they're continuing on the path that they need, more power to them. It stinks that we have, a number not in our favor, but we want what's best for everybody long term. Otherwise, dropout is not good, just in those tiny instances. And I think that was it. And I put a link in there because if you want to see what the state data looks like, I wanted you to have a link. And none of it is for this year, of course, not yet until March, but it's for last year.
Dr. Allen, that was a great report. Thank you. Talking about dropouts, who enrolls, say, at JCC, do we track those students to see if they complete or if they drop out of JCC?
Yes. We want to have close connections on all of our students as much as possible because just like I said, we're trying to pull some previous dropouts back in. We try to keep everybody as close as possible while we know that there's still a chance they could finish.
Can you ask that one more time? I apologize. I was trying to.
If a student leaves us
Right.
and goes to JCC, I asked her, are we tracking them to see if they're completing
Their
at
GED.
JCC or, GED, or do they drop out from there?
Okay. Can they legally give us that info? If they can legally say if they didn't complete or did complete the program?
They can tell us if they've completed a program. Yeah, because
Okay.
we're two educational organizations.
So
just
you can
trying to-
communicate?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. Cool.
It's not, I mean, like, we're not comparing
You ain't trying to get the
reports, but we
GPA
check
or nothing
in
like
and
that,
make
no.
sure that, you know.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for bringing this information to us. Our next board meeting will be January 12th, 2021, starting at 4 o'clock for closed session, 5 for open session. I would like to take this opportunity to wish everybody in this room a Merry Christmas, as well as our staff and students across the county, and hope that they continue to be safe during this time of the holidays, as well as the pandemic that we have going on. And I would ask that Ms. Sessoms will be taking up the forms that's in the back of our folder as far as the board meeting goes as well. So if you guys don't mind filling that out prior to leaving. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Ms. Andrews. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.